Welcome to Smokesteve's International Pub. Beautiful day out here, and today we are going to feature a classic cocktail from the mid to late 1920s. This would have been invented at Harry's New York bar, and if you're a fan of the sidecar, then you will be a fan of this because it's a variation of a sidecar, but it is its own cocktail. This cocktail is called Between the Sheets. It features orange liqueur, cognac, fresh lemon juice. That in and of itself would be a sidecar. What we're going to do is add 2 types of rum to that to make it a Between the Sheets. We're going to finish it off with a special little trick at the end. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and start with our cognac, 1 ounce. And you guys know I generally pour more than what I say, so just roll with it. Cognac I'm not a huge fan of, so we're going to stick to the 1 ounce of the old cognac. Though I do like it, it is quite tasty on occasion, and you can make quite a nice sauce with it for a steak. Next we're going to go with a little Cruzan Gold rum, half a shot. After that, we're going to go with the, yeah, I know, it's Bacardi. I'm sorry. Got to drink it though, I bought it. Going to go with the same amount of Bacardi. We're going to get our orange liqueur here, which is orange curacao. Triple sec would work fine for this also. We're going to go with about half a shot. Maybe just a tad more, since I put a little extra rum. A lot of engines on out here today. But what are you going to do? And now we're going to go with some fresh lemon juice. Thank you very much. And this is going to be big lemon. We're not going to use all the juice that it has to offer. Alright. We're going to do next, shake it till it is thoroughly chilled. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Next, we go with our cocktail glass, chilled. Beautiful looking drink here. Almost looks to be the color of a whiskey sour. Over that, what we're going to do here is flame an orange peel. This just activates the lemons and stuff, the oils, goes into the drink. Don't put the flamed orange peel in the drink. Just hold it over the top. Char it a little bit. Hopefully the audio is good for this. The microphone was a little askew. Alright, let's give it a try. Oh wow. Awesome. You know, it's really, really freaking good. There is such a good balance. Slight whiskey taste, slight lemon taste, but really just a cold, delicious drink. And like the lemon drop, this is not a shot. Technically. But it is damn good. Welcome to the pub. We'll see you downstairs. Hello everybody, how you doing? Welcome to the pub. We are downstairs. Yeah, I just figured I'd throw up a little throwback from this summer, Between the Sheets. Very good drink. Really good use of cognac in that. It adds a nice sharpness to it. Let's see who we have here. George, what's up, man? Fat Belly. Sammy Cat, how are you? Last Dance. Hello, Anna. Backstage Boxing. Just trying to scroll through here. Last Dance. Cup of Tea, what's up, man? That's life, but not as we know it, too. Cool. Good to see you all. Atomic Waster, what's up, brother? Yeah, and anyone else? There he is at the bottom. 1, 2, bitchin', fussin', cussin'. It's funny. That's I Used to Love Her by Guns N' Roses, but it's also a Stones song. When you're sitting there in your silk upholstered chair, talking to some rich boys that you know, I hope you don't see me in my faded dungarees, 'cause you know I can't stand to be alone. Take me down, little Susie, take me down, 'cause I know you think you're the queen of the underground. Send me dead flowers to my wedding, and I won't forget to put roses on your grave. Well, when I'm sitting back in your long pink Cadillac, making bets on Kentucky Derby Day, I'll be in my basement room with a needle and a spoon, with another girl to take my pain away. Love that tune. I was going to start with I Used to Love Her by Guns N' Roses, but then Dead Flowers got in my head and I couldn't get rid of it. And I can't believe I remembered the verses. Martin, what's up, homeboy? Hope you're doing all right, man. Cheers. Long time. Well, he's changing the platform there. Last Dance. Yeah, old people music, totally, dude. What does Talpa want to hear? Some this is not actually not as easy as it sounds. Everlast. Last week, Topple requested Purple Rain. That's basically old people music at this point, man. Not quite as old. What, you like Alan Likes Everlast? We've all seen the man at the liquor stall begging for your change. Hair in his face, damn dirty dreadlocks and full of mange. God forbid you ever had to walk a mile in his shoes. Then you really might know what it's like to have the blues, yeah. Then you really might know what it's like behind blue eyes. How's that go? Oh, how does that go? just crack it open before I lose my cool. Yeah, good tune. Haven't played that in a long time. I cannot sing very well, so that fella there, that's a stretch for me. Roger Daltrey, yeah. Yeah, great stuff. Anyways, yeah, so as I was alluding to, Last Dance, I'm hoping he fires it up on that Odyssey platform. That looks cool. Been checking it out over there. Checked out the trigger warning page. It is good. There's a lot of content on there. Some between the sheets with the other Steve, the serious one, Mr. Englander. And there's a few big shows on there, so it's cool. Ascendancy 18, how you doing? I think you might be new here, so welcome. Yeah, so we had a pretty good week. Thank you. That's life here. You know how it goes. There's good days and there's bad, but all in all, things are good, right? Last week's show was an interesting one. It was long. It was contentious at times, but I thought it was a good show. I'd like to hear some opinions about it. If people were into it or not. It was a little different, a little more divided than usually. We had a few more of the people that you wouldn't call regulars on here, but certainly visitors that we've had. Yeah, I thought it was good, but like I said, it was a little different. I don't remember Cup. I don't think I did it, man. Could have been one of the other dudes. I have no idea. Yeah, honestly, dude. Thanks, Waster. I had a little bit of a buzz on. I'm pretty sure I didn't do it, Cup. But other people do watch. Who's that? Whatever. Scotland, cool. Right on, Ascendancy 18. I wonder if your age is 18 or not. That's cool either way. 18 is an adult in my eyes, so whatever. Not that I care. Oh, okay. There you go. Got it. And let me check over here. Hey, I will. Thank you, man. Definitely. You prefer the regulars. Interesting. You liked it, George. Okay. Well, I don't know. Cup. 31. Okay, cool. Is this skunky, Cup? Yeah, it's a good skunk flavor. Shortages. Let's see here. There was a juice box shortage for the kids, but we buy the good ones, like kind of like organic ones or whatever. So there was plenty of those left on the shelf. It's probably like High C and the shitty ones. What is Juicy Juice? The ones that are full of sugar, which we don't buy. So Copper Cab, I see you there. I'm not sure if I know you though. I'd like you to just show me who you are. I won't put your face on, but if you can just turn your camera on. Okay, device is not connected. All right, Copper Cab. Well, we'll wait on that. Oh, topple. Ouch. Hey, there you are. Okay, cool. I see you, buddy. Wave. Can you give me a wave? Can you give me a wave or a movement? Appears to be frozen. That's fine. Plenty of time for that. Shortage of freedom. Nice, total, utter, nutter. I don't know that we're having too many other shortages right now. There's paint. If you were looking to paint your house or something like that, there's shortages on supply of paint stocks. Which really sucks for my job because I need some goddamn paint, but what are you going to do? Yeah, there was, George. I thought you handled it well, though, man. You got into some shouting matches, but you had a smile on your face, so I never really thought you were really pissed. So, no, I don't see you, brother. You're not moving. You're lagging. That's what it is. Copper cab. Y'all's just lagging. Yeah. I didn't know people actually got accounts to porn sites. Like, isn't it all friggin' free and it's right there anyways? Do they give you more? I don't. So much free porn on the internet, from what I hear. Ah, interesting. I don't know that much, LD, if it is or not. Usually, if it was, it's never been a camera issue. So let's go ahead and let's bring you in. Not really pissed. It's fun when happy. Yeah, exactly. Happy Dog has an interesting way of trying to make a point by asking a loaded question to get you to answer it a particular way. So they're thereby reinforcing his point. But, I just prefer when people come out and try to make their point rather than use that kind of a method of the questioning and to get an answer. But it was, well, hey, he made it interesting. Yeah. Anyways, let's grab Last Dance. How you doing, dude?
All right, how are you doing? And good evening to you.
Good, man. I'm well, thank you.
Hey, I really enjoyed the playing. I wish you would stop apologizing for your singing. I enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's cool. What did you think of last week's show?
It was a little stressful, but overall, I enjoyed it. It's great to hear, all the variety of opinions, and I actually like all the guys, even when I argue with them.
Yeah.
Happy Dog is awesome. So it's a great group of people, and I would always choose to be with them rather than not with them, even though we argue sometimes. That's the way I feel about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't find it to be stressful, but in all honesty, it's other people's opinions about stuff. How can you really? I can't personally be that bothered because of the way someone else thinks. You know what I mean? Otherwise,
Right.
you'd go crazy in this world.
Exactly. You can't. You can't expect everybody to think exactly like you. And if you're wise, you will listen to them, and if even if you don't eventually agree with them, you will at least try to understand where they're coming from, so that you can better understand why people disagree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Try and put yourself in their shoes, hear what they're saying, see where they're coming from,
Right.
and it just makes you appreciate the world a little more.
Exactly.
New perspective.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was good to have Drone Tech on, but he definitely has some pretty strong opinions that I think a lot of people are either completely on board with or they're like 100% adamantly against.
Well,
There's not a lot of on the fence guys with him,
I mean, that's why he's got a show. He's got opinions, and he's a pretty smart guy. So people want to hear them.
Right. Yeah, and in particular, I will say I didn't really give my opinion. I kind of just let things roll last week, but regarding the George Floyd incident and whatnot, I do disagree with what he was saying for the most part.
I mean, it is a tough. There's like a narrow line there. You don't really want to celebrate this guy as some kind of an iconic hero,
Right.
because I just don't think he meets that. I do think he's a victim, and I don't care what you've done before. I think you're in this country. Everybody's entitled to due process, and that does not mean having a police officer take the law into his own hands and punish you because he knows your record and thinks you're a bad guy and is going to stand on your neck until you stop twitching.
Hmm.
Um, and of course, people argue about the facts. Did he die from the police officer, or was it the fentanyl in his system? And so there are lots of actual facts that are disputed. How to interpret them. So there's reason for people not to agree on all these aspects. The only part I don't like, the particular part I really don't like, is the notion that because he did bad before, he is not entitled to constitutional rights or human rights today. That part I can never get my head around.
Well, yeah, I mean, he didn't do what he did before wasn't bad. There are people that I do think deserve it, but he wasn't one of them, by any means. And even still, it's not the cop who's to deliver it; it's the justice system.
Exactly.
And if it was the cop who was to deliver it, then we'd all be in trouble.
Right.
You have a bad day at work, you give a cop a little attitude if he pulls you over and you don't think you were speeding, and all of a sudden he's fucking yanking you out of the car and doing
Yep.
God knows what to you. So
Yep.
there has to be lines drawn. And
There do.
I don't think he was a good guy. He was a convicted felon. He was, as you said, the appropriate word is he was a victim. He was, I don't know if you could say innocent victim, but he was certainly a victim of assault and murder, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
He wasn't innocent by any measure, but thanks, Happy Dog, and hello to you too, Happy Dog. He wasn't innocent. In fact, he was being arrested for some crime. I can't even remember what it was. Passing a counterfeit bill, yeah.
20, yeah.
Which was just part of some larger criminal scam he had going, probably involving drug. I mean, he is what he was. He was what he was. And,
right.
He lived a life of petty crime, including gun crimes, including holding people at gunpoint. So, he was a violent man who, his life brought him in contact with police regularly.
Yeah, they knew each other.
Yeah, so that's just the way it is. I'm not saying I don't like building a statue of him, because that's ridiculous. There really are people who are totally innocent who have been killed by police.
Right.
You don't need to build a statue of George Floyd if you want to find a truly, innocent person to memorialize.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, most of them are committing some act or are associated with some crime. It is pretty darn rare to have somebody who is completely innocent, but that would be almost like a bullet that goes through a window and kills somebody in their house or something who had nothing to do with the crime, or whatever.
I do read funny court cases of police. We'll just say police getting it wrong, and sometimes that involves shooting people who are basically innocent. And there was one guy. It was a funny story if it wasn't for the fact that it was very potentially dangerous. He I can't remember all the details, but the police wanted to. Someone had reported that he had a gun. He was in his house, so you can have a gun. And the police called him and said, "Come out, please." But they didn't call from a police number. They called from their personal cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
So he went out and he said, "Okay, I'm here." And nobody said anything. Police were all hiding in the bushes. So he went back in and they called him up again and said, "Come out." And he came out and he said, "Okay, I'm here. What do you want?" And they never said anything. So he went back in, and eventually he no longer believed that those were police calling him. He believed that it was someone who was intent on robbing him or trying to trick him into getting out. So then they called him again, and he just ignored the phone. They kept calling. He picked up the phone. It was like from yet another unknown number, and they said, "Come on, we want to talk with you." So he came out with his shotgun, and then no one told him to put it down. A police officer just started firing from the bushes. So he started firing back because he doesn't know there's any police there.
Oh my God.
And there was this gunfight of, basically where hardly anybody. It was just blam, 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 like in Hollywood where people shoot but nobody gets hit.
Yeah.
And they were just shotgun blasts from him and shots from the police, and he was hit a couple times, but I mean, it was just such a.
Did he get charged with anything?
No. Well, he was charged, of course, but I don't think he was prosecuted. I don't think he was prosecuted, and then he's sued the police for, for violating his civil rights. And,
that should be good for a couple houses, couple $1 million there.
Well,
for the guy.
The police. I don't know what the result was. The individual police were protected, unfortunately, by qualified immunity, which
I do not agree with that qualified immunity thing.
But I mean, stuff like that. There's so many police jurisdictions in the United States, big, small. There's some better train their officers than others, and it's just such a big country. A big, well-armed country, that shit happens every day, and a lot of shit happens every year, and the worst of it makes the news. But almost all the time, almost all the policemen behave exactly as we expect them to, and do a great job, and protect us. They're always on the front lines. Every time they pull somebody over for speeding, there's because criminals who are violent criminals also don't obey, simple laws like speeding.
And what's up with these guys who do like 90 with like 2 kilos of coke? Wouldn't you be doing 65, dude, and taking it slow on the turns?
Well, that depends whether you're using your product or not.
I've seen them before where these drug runners are like speed. They get pulled over for speeding. The cop gets suspicious, brings out a drug dog, and they're fucking doing 10 to life for felony trafficking.
Although I got to tell you, I'm skeptical about those drug dogs. I think they. I used to watch. I don't know if you ever watched that show, Cops.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they bring the drug dogs out, and you see the cop and the dog kind of interacting, and the cop's basically telling the dog when to alert.
Right. Yeah, and, that's a possibility.
So basically, the cops look, based on their experience, they look at a car and a driver and decide if they're going to pull them over. When they pull them over, they take a look at him, and their experience tells them, probably correctly most of the time, whether this guy's carrying drugs.
Sure.
And then they bring the dog, and it's all fake. They say, "What's up, Fido? Good boy." And the dog will go, and they'll say, "Hey, he alerted," and then they'll search the car.
I don't think the dog is probable cause anymore for searching a car.
I don't know. I think it is, believe it or not.
I thought that they took away any smell from a dog or human. Is not like, if it smells like weed, you're not allowed to search anymore, I think.
I don't know.
I know. It doesn't sound... we'll have to research that one. All right, let's bring in some dudes. Cypher, what's up, bud?
Hey,
all
going
right.
Good.
Good to see you, Cypher. Hope you're doing okay.
St. Augustine tomorrow. So
St. Augustine.
Oh, wow.
Halfway packed. Ready to go.
COVID sniffing dog, according to Blind Fury.
What do you have with the trash bag? You just stuff your clothes in there and hang it over your back?
Hey, I use paper sacks. I don't use no trash bags.
Right. Classy. Yeah.
But yeah, it'd be simple. I mean, I'm a no frills person, so I've just got basic slacks, and I will have walking shoes. I've got some nice, tennis shoes that are basically more walking shoes than tennis shoes. And then I would get the flip flops. I'm sure that my girlfriend's going to have 10 times the energy I'm going to have after the first day. I'll begin. I'm about between 80 and 90 pounds overweight, and that weight will just totally screw up my ability to walk in the historic district of St. Augustine. I've talked with her at length about this. I said, it's a safe place, especially in the day. I've got the tram tickets. So I mean, you get the way those trams, there's like 3 or 4 of them that run, and they run every 15 minutes, and you can go anywhere. I mean, you can cover 4 or 5 miles in 5 minutes. Well, not 15 minutes.
Sure.
And so she's got she's got a little war chest in her bank account, I think, where she can shop a lot, if she feels like it. And
cool.
What do you guys think? I'll be halfway serious, halfway joking. I'm thinking about proposing to her, during the vacation, to remarry her.
Well,
I love her enough.
You certainly had a trial run, so you know what you're getting into.
Yeah,
that much is true. And if you want to do it, then I'd say do it.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's enough of that silliness.
I would not want to disagree with you all here on the internet unless you really wanted my opinion.
No, I better not scratch any more on that surface.
Right.
I'll just tell you,
this will be here forever.
I'll just tell you how I feel. I'm not interested in getting married again. I've been married once.
Right.
It's enough for life, and I don't have any need or urge to want to do it again.
It's an odd, there's a romantic element somewhere behind this old curmudgeon's, crusty, vulgar nastiness. I've got this deeper series of elements in me that is just fond of, humanity.
We know that. You're a big softy. We all can see that.
Yeah. I put up the cute animal, GIFs and memes every now and then.
Right, you changed your ways from your old psychotic maniac, like getting into battles on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah.
Like you don't do that anymore.
On Live Leak.
And Live Leak as well.
Live Leak was wild.
Let me add a even out the screen real quick here. Hey,
hello, everybody.
Biscuit Vapes, there he is.
Biscuit Vapes, you're halfway to heaven.
You vaped a lot today, dude.
I hope you're not ill.
That's a lot of vaping.
Oh yeah, for my birthday, I had that early birthday dinner on Wednesday, and one of my gifts was about that big, and it's this little cylinder, and in the cylinder are a few little buds.
Nice.
So that's I got to smoke them. I got a project, that's coming due, and I took caffeine pills. So after the show, I don't know if I'll be on the show the whole 3 hours or not. But if I'm here the 3 hours, I've got about another 2-3 hours of, academic output to do. I got to write a paper, and I'm working with a team. There's 7 of us on the team. So anyway, I got to get that done. And
caffeine pills, George.
yeah. I mean, it's got Robusta caffeine and regular caffeine, and what's that stuff called? I had that. I pulled that big blue bottle, that real bright, metallic writing on it. And
no dose.
It's hell. I forgot the name of.
Yeah,
Anna's saying that caffeine only slaps at the problem. Amphetamines solve it. So she wants you to go right to the amphetamine.
My young athletic body loved amphetamines. My old man's body, I'd have a stroke or a heart attack. I have no doubt.
Yeah, caffeine pills are enough. And a little weed maybe to bring it down again, bring it back down to earth.
That's what I use the blood pressure meds for when I do it. I do, I've seen my heart rate elevate up to about 120, 130, on caffeine, on a lot of caffeine. So don't want the blood pressure to pop a little arteriole up there in the brain area.
No, we don't want. Well, happy birthday, by the way.
Oh, no, thank you very much. Thank you. It's nice. It's a good feeling. 68.
Yeah, you look pretty good for 68. I would have...
better than most 68-year-olds.
I would have guessed you were more like 64.
That almost 27 years of sobriety bought me a little bit of youthful appearance, not a lot. And of course, right now I'm over 8 weeks. I'm at 8 weeks of
Well, you got
sober.
think of it as 27 less years of mileage on your liver.
That's right, on the liver, the pancreas, the kidneys,
Yeah.
and here's a Mountain Dew. Cheers.
Yeah.
Is Anna talking about methamphetamines that German soldiers ate them?
Oh yeah, I'm sure she is.
Yeah.
I'm sure she is. Yeah.
But you eat them with chocolate? That seems like an odd pairing. Some amphetamines and chocolate.
Oh no, that's great, man. That's really good.
Have some.
Get the sugar buzz and the amphetamine kick, and there,
That's funny. Oh well, who knows what she's talking about? She can explain it for herself.
Didn't the anti-Assad armies, Islamic rebels, take something called Captagon? Is that what I'm remembering? Which was kind of some kind of an amphetamine.
Stories, yeah. I mean, I imagine that there's a basis element of truth behind them, but yeah, they were taking some funky stuff that was almost like, we've got the not the crack, the worst one than crack, the ones that currently people make fun of.
Fentanyl?
No, the active one. It's an you cook it.
Oh.
Meth,
yeah.
And
meth.
we've got the meth weirdos. Well, there were stories about the Islamic, like Republic, Islamic State, the Islamic State having subsects that were on that on compounds that were making them act like crazy people. Which I wouldn't doubt a bit.
I think without it, they're pretty darn crazy.
Yeah, pretty darn crazy. Very darn crazy.
Wow, no kidding. Cocaine for the troops. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Coca-Cola had friggin' cocaine in it.
That's why it was called Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Well, it was brewed, I think, with the coca leaf. I don't know if it had cocaine hydrochloride, the proper.
Right. I don't know either.
Chemically altered result of the coca leaf processed with various.
Some of those early, late
alkalines.
1900, early 20th century medications that had everything in them that would just make you, not be in this world.
Yeah, I have a screenshot of one I just took the other day. Let me show it to you.
All right.
You know how well this always works. Screenshots. Where is it? Okay. Can't find it.
No problem.
Sorry.
One thing that I wanted to evaluate about last week that was, you got it?
Yeah.
Oh, biscuits up. Let's see.
Open the fucking thing. Jesus.
Okay, here we go. There we go.
Alcohol, cannabis, chloroform, and morphine.
Yeah.
Now that is a part. That is a party in the bottle.
Yeah.
When I'm ready to check out, I want a few bottles of that.
Yeah.
Really.
I'm about 95, and just,
everyone must have had a cough back then. Oh,
yes, I'm sick, Mom.
Yeah.
I'm sick.
Doc's cough syrup. It'll cure what ails you.
Yeah, I don't know how they processed the cannabis to get it. I'd love to find out what they did with it. But yeah, that's and that's how it was back in the day, man. And of course, in the 1930s, early 1930s, 1929, we had prohibition, right? So they also made cannabis illegal then, right around then. But alcohol became legal again, but cannabis was kept illegal. And it was also very much associated with like the black jazz musicians and blues guys from the era. And of course, that association, boom, kept that shit illegal forever because of the racist, the racist people. And that association was that everyone's going to be a criminal. They must be criminals, so nobody can have cannabis. It was the craziest laws, man. But
the laws are changing, thankfully. So
yeah, right here, man.
Internationally, the cultures that have predominantly had cannabis as their as their mood altering drug of choice, really are quite different than the American culture. I mean, I've had enough exposure out there in the world, at observing it, not so much traveling the world, but observing it, that it's pretty amazing to see the difference in outlook and perspective between, cannabis users. I mean, you start and drinkers, basically drinkers like drinking in the U.S. I guess you see it here more and more. That's, I mean, as our population gets older and we get more and more people from the generations below my generation. I'm friggin' old enough to be great grandfather, I think, to the millennials. At least a grandfather, maybe a great grandfather.
Right.
And it's just amazing, how large the cannabis industry is going to become. That's good. That's probably a good thing. I think it's a good thing. I'm looking forward to my smokes next week.
Yeah, I had to turn my green screen thing off. It was having weird artifacting on my face.
Oh, it's doing things to you.
Yeah, I've got a whole new setup now.
You don't want to do that. Well, last week, especially at the end with Drone Tech, I came out with a couple of lines that it was just this extremely heavy jolt inside my own mind, what came out of my own mouth, and I recognized something that is very strange in my character. I mean, there's a lot of strange things in my character. Other people have pointed this out regularly, but for me and my comfort within my own, within my own value system, I'm finishing up this sequence, this baccalaureate sequence, and at my age, I've never had pride in my life. I've had pride of association with others, quite a lot. I mean, I have a lot of things about which I'm proud to have been a participant in, but I've never sensed that I had an internal, internalization of pride that I then used to look outward at the world. And what has happened is that, the amount of knowledge, and the amount of achievement that I've enacted. I mean, I'm proud of all these papers that I've done. I've done dozens of papers, and I've overcome these limitations physically. And, this knowledge is there. It's instructed. These professors take all the students, even old geezers like me, they take them by the hand and they push their perspectives in all different directions. And, what happened with Drone Tech when I challenged him, about, it had something to do with education. And just the way I said, you're not only am I exhibiting pride, but I'm exhibiting false pride.
Arrogance.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it was there.
But you quickly caught yourself.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't even want to pursue it. I mean, that apology was very sincere, and I mean, it was very strange. I mean, I'm really glad that I'm in the space I'm in, but it is changing me, and I need to be very careful now. I mean, not very careful. Yeah, more careful about how I choose my words, because I can intimidate, but at the same time, nobody's going to take intimidation. They're going to get pissed off if I say something that's belittling or overly sarcastic. I mean, we're always busting each other's chops, but we're not really viciously sarcastic with each other. And it was different. It was just the whole that whole show was very cool. I mean, I think I stayed with it. Was that? Oh, somebody's talking to Steve. You guys still hear me?
I heard you, but
he had ambient noise that made it sound like, when that shut off, it sounded like dead silence. But yeah, so I mean, there really was a learning time last week. I enjoyed that quite a lot, And I mean, of course, I learned things about how I can rise to anger with the old happy dog man. He was fun to argue with. But yeah, I mean, I got going a little bit more than I would prefer. But it was all under control. It was
All right,
pretty good.
real quick, I'm going to go ahead and bring on who. She ain't been here in a while.
Yeah.
That's a nice look for you, Anna. I won't tease you
How you doing, Anna?
like
Good
I did
evening,
last
Anna.
time.
Good to see you.
Everything's okay. I didn't know that I'm online. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
We can
You're
hear
there.
Excellent. Very good. So cheers to everyone first.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And
Cheers.
I was
Cheers to you,
not
Anna.
here for 1 month. I was in Bulgaria. There's
Cool.
no corona measures, and now I come back to dictatorship.
Well, welcome back to Germany, I guess, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Good.
What is left of it? Yeah.
Well, you look pretty happy over there.
Yeah, I try to. I mean, I work in a school now, and
Good.
you have to be happy, otherwise you can kill yourself. So you have to decide.
Yeah.
When no one speaks German, the kids, they're like 3 Germans in the class, yeah? Out of
Early
25.
early school, or are you working with older students?
No, this is elementary school. But
Cool.
it's for special
well,
needs
they're fun.
kids. Anyway,
They haven't developed bad attitudes yet,
Yeah,
Cool. Well,
anyway.
that's a good thing to do to help out kids. At least you get. I personally, when I get to be around any kids, mine included, my one kid, makes me happy. It's good.
Yeah.
It's a positive thing.
Well, basically, I had no other choice because before that I was in another company. I did many jobs in my life, but then it ended, and then someone helped me to get in there. I have to stay here now. I cannot change my job every year now. I'm 35, yeah.
Yeah, stick it out. Get
Well,
get yourself a little retirement going, a retirement account. Put contributions every month into it.
Yeah, private insurance. Yes, that's a good idea.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 35 is not too late. If you wait till you're 50 to start stuff like that, you can be in trouble. So you want to start it early. Well, here we go. Alan's saying hello. He hasn't seen you in a while.
Hello, Ellen. Thank you for writing.
Alan's grabbing the next flight to Germany just since. Just kidding.
If he can get in, he needs a corona test or a vaccination. Yeah.
Alan's like fucking James Bond. He can get in anywhere. Alan, he used to go between East and West Germany when the wall was still up.
Okay.
Dude is smooth.
So my uncle was trying to stop him because my uncle was in the East German army.
Oh yeah.
So he's would be the one who tried to stop him. Do you hear me, or
Yeah, we
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
hear you fine.
Yeah, you're loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Yeah, cool. I was not born. I don't remember East Germany, but I know only from what people tell. But God knows.
Yeah, so you weren't around. You were born after the wall came down.
No, 86.
Okay. So when did the wall come down? 91.
No, it was it was November 89 when there were these protests and so on, and I think it was 89 actually, and then 1990 this was the how do you say it in English? They got united, right?
Yep.
Then my
And then-
parents rushed to West Berlin to exchange East German marks to West German marks 1-to-1. It was a very short period where you could do that.
Little money changing, huh? People still do that today to fuck with the inflation and the values of different countries. Change your money over to another country, hold on to it for a while, and then when the value changes in your positive direction, you go back and get your money back.
Yeah, because East German money was very low, right? It was one of the lowest in the Eastern Bloc, I think. So this was really a rare occasion to get rid of it.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
I mean, so the wall came down first. They became united. So I'm going to guess, what was it, a year or two later that or a year or two before? When did Russia kind of fall apart and change?
So there was this
Gorbachev.
guy Gorbachev, right?
Yeah,
Gorbachev
Gorby.
who made
Yeah,
perestroika,
Mikhail.
he wanted to change everything. Then I
Yep.
think in the Baltic republics, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they also protested. In Poland and so on, right? In Poland is not in the Soviet Union, but yeah, it was parallel development. I think in 1991, the Soviet Union was actually dissolved in 1991. I don't remember the date. I think somewhere in June, because Russia has Constitution Day, somewhere in June, I think. That's when they made their own Declaration of Independence from themselves.
So that was
When Russia became a state.
Ronald
Sorry?
Reagan, our president, tried. Ronald Reagan tried for years to urge that to happen. Mr.
Yeah.
Gorbachev tear down that wall, and
Mm.
so it would have been Bush 1, I guess, who was president when that happened. Is that right? Do you guys remember?
Yeah.
1991, huh?
Yep.
He was there for 4 years, and then Clinton after him, right?
Correct. Yep.
So
Yeah, that system should simply auslöst its utility, right? Because people, when they don't want the system, it breaks down. And it will be the same with our current system, because we don't want this mass migration. And I don't know if you're aware, but in Germany they shut down all the nuclear energy, yeah, and the coal simultaneously. So I think we will be without electricity soon. And I cannot join you, unfortunately, yeah, because we are trying to save the planet.
hey,
So as I said, yeah. Excuse me.
Biscuit, do you know how many refugees the UK is going to take?
Oh God, I don't know.
You got to be high, because I think Germany is going to be like 50,000. So
You're on about Afghanistan refugees.
yeah,
Probably a lot.
another 50,000 for you. I think the US is going to take probably about 5,000.
Yeah, but they're right, because first the government say they come here just as a intermediate stop before they move on.
Right.
And suddenly they say, "Oh, we take."
America should take a bit of responsibility. At the end of the day, it's their war.
We got 10,000 immigrants sitting under a bridge at the Mexico-U.S. border.
Yeah.
Right now.
How did they get there?
Moving across the river. So we might not be
but-
getting Afghanistan refugees, but we're getting plenty of refugees.
But how did they get there? They're from Haiti, right? These Caribbean islands. How did they end up in?
That's where they're from. I don't know where they're from. I assume they're from Central America.
I think they're black people. Haiti.
There's multiple different
Are they
types.
from Haiti? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Some at least.
Well, they
Black, very.
had to get there on boat, because there's no way to get from Haiti to
Oh God. Yeah.
this place without taking a boat.
Yeah, Cozumel or whatever is right there next to the Caribbean. They probably take a boat over to Mexico and boom, up through the land.
I'm not saying what I think about this issue, because this might get the police involved. So I just keep it to myself. What my solution is.
We know what you think.
Yeah, I think we understand that. Hey,
no, not give them money. In Eastern Europe, they don't get money, no benefits.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, there are plenty of migrant people who want to work. I mean, and there's the need for it, man. There's companies that can't get good labor, and some of it might be like assembly line jobs. You know, you spend a couple of years doing that, you can get up to the $25 an hour, maybe, if you get, some tenure in there. Who knows? But it's certainly for some of these people, if they can earn $800, $900, $1,000 a week after a few years, that's a pretty good living, man. But it takes effort. You have to do it to fucking get it,
Yes.
Here's a question for you. How many of the Afghan refugees are running from Afghanistan so they don't want to be the next drone strike victim rather than Taliban victim?
Probably
They're
none.
running to get into a social system where they don't.
I was watching modern day debates, and according to the one of the Islam debater, some of the Afghan refugees are running from the drone strikes, not from the Taliban.
No, it's very unlikely. Even as terrible as they are, and as unjust as the mistakes are, it's extraordinarily rare. You're much more likely to be killed by, something else in Afghanistan than you are by a U.S. drone strike.
I'm going to watch on the sidebar on
it's-
YouTube. I'm going off the stream. I might be back in a while. I'm not
See you,
feeling
brother.
very good. See
Okay,
you.
George.
Okay, see you. Bye.
Yeah, it could be similar. I would say this. When Obama was president, there was a lot more drone strikes, like a fucking lot, dude. And he was doing them over in Pakistan. He was drone crazy because he didn't want. I mean, I guess the guy thought, well, we're not going to lose it. We're not going to lose any soldiers. So we went with the drones. That was my Obama.
Well, the thing is, that's what Biden's plan is to take them all out with drone strikes. And how many more mistakes are they going to make before they realize it's not a viable plan?
No, they've been there. This has been what's been happening since the very beginning of the drone program. It's the same story over and over again.
Because they're working on intelligence, but who's giving the intelligence?
It's not just that. They make claims about how they follow, these people. We see them on the video from the drone, but they don't really know. It's all very, very prone to error. You see a car go to a residence, another car comes out, it looks the same. You immediately conclude it's the same person or the same, a continuation of the same event. It doesn't, but that's just a guess. And you start adding these guesses up, following them for a day or two, and you got shit.
I mean, even in person, they made mistakes. Like there was an Afghanistan person who was basically taken by the Taliban, and then because he was with the Taliban, they thought he was a Talib, and then they interrogated him for 15 years in Guantanamo Bay before they released him because he had nothing to do with it.
It's I'm ashamed of that as an American. It's a shameful.
No, well, if you watched the show Homeland, you'd know that eventually they got one.
Yeah, but how many innocent people have they got to hurt
I know,
to get to that one?
Yeah.
I heard one. This I'm not sure. I wanted to try and verify these numbers, but just the pursuit of Ayman al-Zawahiri, who was the number 2 in Al Qaeda, just pursuing him with various drone strikes over the years have killed 79 children, but not him. So it's just insane. This notion that nobody else's life matters worth a penny, and we can kill.
I can't remember what leader it was, but they had to verify his DNA via some guy had gone into this guy's building, and that he'd taken a pair of his underwear to find the DNA on his underwear to make sure that it was him, and they finally got him through the DNA of his underwear.
Speaking of underwear, we have asshole 215, which is what.
Oh, did you look that up?
Couple.
You had to look that up, didn't you?
I did.
Our schluck.
Well, clearly.
Hey, Topple, how you doing?
What's up, buddy? How you feeling?
Good to see you. Good to see you, man.
Oh, good seeing you guys.
Yeah,
And
buddy.
girl.
Do you remember each other from the old days?
Yeah, I remember her. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
She hated my ass.
Can
She
we
wanted
say
to
your
kill
name?
my family.
Can we say your name from back then?
Yes.
You know who? Can
She
I
knows
say
who
your
I
name?
am.
Could we use your Lively candle right now? And
Yeah, because there's no live leak, so it don't matter no more.
Anna, do you mind?
No, it's not.
That was EU Watch, right? Back in the day?
Yes, one of them. I had
Yeah.
one and deleted it. I made another one.
Yeah, okay.
I don't really remember what happened, but there was something. Yeah,
Cool.
I think he got upset because of a video, but it's very. I don't
No,
remember really.
No, I never got upset about a video.
Oh yes, about
I was just
this
trolling.
guy.
I was just trolling.
Okay, and then I really don't. You know, there are so many internet battles. It's like the Paralympics. If you win, you're still retarded. So I try not to be retarded and forget about it.
Anna,
So-
you're gonna get us. You're gonna get us banned no matter what, even when you're not trying.
Right.
You're not allowed to say retarded.
I know.
Okay,
I
we're
don't.
liberal.
I talked to McGrande, so you think she'll be a problem?
No.
Up, see.
Is McGrandy that bad?
McGrande's a piece of shit.
McGrandy's right now is going. He's like watching this. He's just biding his time. He'll click on. He'll be here.
All you guys are awesome, McGrande included.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
shut
I
up.
don't listen to him. I don't hate him, but he's, I don't know.
And like I said before, Last Dance, it was the worst live leaker of all of us. I don't want to hear anything.
Very smart.
I turned over a new leaf. I'm a different person.
Well, you found Jeebus?
Yes, exactly. Jeebus.
Remember that we had also a lot of unnecessary.
Hey,
fighting.
Anna, did you know that 9/11 was an insurance scam?
I don't know. I try not to. How should I say it?
No,
It's not my country.
No,
It's not my country, though. I try not to get involved in stuff.
You guys were
that's
too happy. I gotta ruin everything.
I'm
Oh,
not
that's
happy. I'm not happy about 9/11.
Well, last week it was one person's particular opinion that appeared to be an insurance scam was his explanation for it.
I don't know.
He's a
about
dumbass.
this. It's strange how the buildings collapsed, but I don't know. Maybe it happens. I have never detonated the building with a plane, so I have no comparison, right?
Right. Now the building was built and managed by the Port Authority of New York City.
Yes.
A man came and bought it for, I can't remember, a couple of $100 million.
Okay.
And he took a couple of $1 billion in insurance policies out on it. Every day he would go there to go meet his tenants. This was a daily ritual for him. He had an office up high on the 100th floor, and so did 2 or 3 of his kids were also his employees, managers of the business. You know, they did all the administrative work. Now, this is where people get into this argument that all of them in that family on 9/11 had engagements outside of the building that morning. So none of them were there at the office on the 100th floor, blah, blah, blah. And that fuels a lot of speculation as to that theory involving the extremely high insurance policies combined with the fact that they weren't in the building when it happened.
Ooh,
So that's
you did your research.
I did. I looked into that just to, if someone's going to say it, I don't think he says anything out of fucking thin air. Happy Dog, I believe, does actually quite a bit of research about stuff like that. So in order to at least understand where he's coming from, I had to look into it. I think it was Larry Silverstein or Silverstein, something like that.
Sorry.
Yeah, we knew that was coming.
Ochu.
I didn't say that. I just said, of course.
God bless you. God bless you.
I sneezed twice.
Yeah, that's all.
I didn't say
I'm a bar mitzvah ex-Jew. Why don't I ever get involved? Why doesn't anybody come to me with a conspiracy that I can benefit from? Why can't I be in the Elders of Zion? I'm ready.
You're an ex-Jew.
If you could be, well, I'm an atheist now, so.
Oh, so you eat pork and enjoy it?
He does.
No, I'm not eating pork.
I won't say anything else.
Me neither.
Do you think God draws the line at the fucking deli aisle?
I don't know. I'll take your word for it. Whatever you say, I'll agree with.
The whole pork thing, I don't get why they don't eat it, but it's not for me to.
It's not clean.
I guess that's what it is. They bathe in their own shit or something like that.
There's something in the Old Testament that says don't do that, I guess.
I like ribs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ribs
I
are
like
good.
bacon.
So I grab another
We can see
beer.
that.
I come back to
Total
Yeah.
nutter. No, that didn't happen. Total nutter.
So what happened? I left the show and like what? Drone Tech just started attacking people left and right.
No, he never personally attacks anybody.
No.
He's super chill. He's just he comes on. He's like, all right. What do you guys want to talk about? Let's go. And I'm like, I don't know. You come up with it. He's like, George Floyd, and he just fucking went into it, and everyone was like, okay. And then we kind of had to respond. But earlier on, we had all gone through this massive diatribe about 9/11, being that it was 9/11. And everyone was pretty much spent. We were all just having our drinks, and then, Drone Tech started, and it was cool, but I was also wasted at that point. So,
Snip.
definitely want to watch that one again. I think I ended it close to 10. That was a good one.
So it's
Yeah,
an
I don't know.
uncomfortable
I
conversation.
bailed early. I don't remember exactly when.
You guys were uncomfortable?
No.
Oh.
It was a little more intense than I like. I like the hail friendly pub vibe better than the.
I do like a little bit of debate.
Yeah, me too.
I don't want it to be all, just whatever. Fucking
Whatever.
ass kissing, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think anybody here ass kisses anybody, so.
No, he didn't. Actually, Drone Tech might have mentioned you. Do you know Drone Tech? Do you remember him from the Live Leak days?
Yeah, I know him a little. I don't know him personally, but we've talked a lot.
Do you follow him on YouTube?
Yes.
Do you get the notifications for his daily videos? They can be entertaining, though.
I agree with a lot of things he said. How the media. I agree with
Correct.
the media. Yes. Like when he brought up that stuff last week. I couldn't agree 100%, but
Right.
I understand. I think Last Dance touched on it earlier. Don't make this guy look like a god, but at the same time.
Right.
So.
Yeah, exactly. We've all been in not in the best states in our life. You don't want that to happen. Fuck to anybody. Crazy.
Dude needs to clean his floor. How you doing, Anna? It's been a long time since I've seen you on here.
My new lighting setup. I got lights there.
You're on mute.
Yeah, unmute.
Hey? It's
that-
the button right there. That button right over here.
I saw it, yes, I just forgot it. No, everything's okay. I mean, I have my job, many others don't. I don't complain.
You still a chemist?
Excuse me?
Are you still a chemist?
I'm not a chemist. I work in a chemical company as an assistant. I've never been a chemist. My
Oh,
mother is a chemist.
I saw your setup before, so I see you have vacuums and all that, so.
It wasn't me. I just went in a lab and took photos. I said this is where they work in the company. I'm not a chemist. My mother is a chemist.
Okay.
Who studied the Soviet Union, so by the way. So, yeah, it communist damaged, so to say, yeah.
How you doing, Biscuit Vapes?
I'm doing great.
You look great. What changed? The background changed.
I got a new lighting set up, new keyboard, got new racking for my computer stuff.
Did you actually buy lighting for camera work?
Yeah.
Because, just using the light bulb, it's too bright. I got to get something in mellow light.
For 40 quid, I got three of these lights with filters on, and I've got those two over there as well.
Wow. Are you going to start shooting porn videos or something?
And I bought some metal click together racking as well to put my PC on, my PlayStation, my Xbox, my printer, my VR kit, everything.
What kind of camera do you have?
It's a Logitech C920.
Turn it around. Let me see it.
How can I do that?
I'm just kidding. Yeah, Logitech. That's a good name. They're about $100, $80, something like that.
880.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good picture. I almost feel like if I'm going to spend some money on a camera, you're at 80, I'm at the camera on the laptop. Maybe better lighting would get me a better picture, but
Well, this camera only works well if there's good lighting.
Good thing I hit all my bagels.
gotcha. Yeah.
I mean, you guys are lucky. You guys get daylight while we're on.
Yeah. Oh, not here. I'm dark now, man.
Are you dark now?
Yeah.
Not me.
I
It's
use
1
my
PM here.
I use my
1
DeWalt light on my umbrella, and that what lights me up. So
Oh, you have a battery operated DeWalt light?
yeah, right next to the pool. So I'm enjoying it while it lasts 1 more week. So
And then you drain it or cover it.
yeah, cover, drain, all that fun stuff.
Gotcha.
Then go into hibernation mode.
Right.
And that's my new keyboard.
Nice.
All
Rainbow-ish.
gamery. Yeah. And my new gaming mouse. Says much better than old crappy wireless thing I had.
How do you game with a mouse?
Huh?
Like you're gaming with just the mouse? Like
No, the mouse and the keyboard. You use keyboard for movement, and then you look around with the mouse and fire with the left button.
no joystick?
No? Why?
Well, I mean,
So-
don't.
How do
Go
you
ahead.
keep your keyboard clean?
I don't know. It's brand new, so it's spotless.
Okay.
It's got removable keys as well, so you can like pop them all out and over it.
So you won't ever get sticky keys?
No,
So yeah, I guess
absolutely not.
am I in the dark ages? Everyone just uses the mouse and the keypad to actually do action games.
Well, for first-person shooters, the mouse and the keyboard is superior.
No kidding.
I
Okay, I
keep.
live in the Stone Age. I don't play any games at all.
Yeah, I'm an adult. I don't play games.
Me neither.
Well.
If I want to play, I will play with a real weapon.
I'm
and
joking, Biscuit.
Anyway,
I just don't have time.
that's more interesting than.
I've got nothing but time. That's my problem. I can't do anything else.
Interesting. What's that?
Anybody
Screwball?
else? Yeah,
Peanut butter whiskey?
it's pretty good. I like
Is it sweet or?
Yeah, it's a little sweet.
I mean, it has to be.
What is it, like whiskey and syrup or something?
No, it's just whiskey, peanut butter whiskey. I guess there is a syrup in it, but it's okay. I got 2 samples, so
Freebies?
yes.
Wow.
I'm on a nice sweet strawberry and lime cider.
Yeah, wine.
Dude. That's a cider. That's a cider. You want that
Cranberries.
cranberry stuff?
Another bottle of it. I'm
Strawberry and lime.
taking it down.
Very nice.
Is that
It's
warm
sweet.
beer, Anna?
Swedish as well.
No, it's ice cold. It's both Bulgaria. Ice cold.
Okay, so you don't drink warm beer?
Yeah,
Never.
Swedish.
Why warm?
I just thought German people drank warm beer. I'm idiot American. We gotta remember that.
Not an idiot. Why should you? You're not an idiot. I think it doesn't taste well. Maybe some people. I think a dark beer should not be cold. Yeah, but this one should be cold. You see the condensation, yeah? the glass.
Oh,
No,
it's nice and
please.
wet.
Yeah.
Stop that.
What?
Because I know your mind, and it's never.
You're the one thinking it, not me.
What?
That's true. I guess
I
I
think
busted. I guess I busted myself.
I think I have no humor and I don't understand what you're laughing about.
No, I'm not going there anymore.
It's no problem. So you have whiskey. What is this peanut butter whiskey about?
I just got free samples. I go. My neighbors are alcoholics, so they always get free
Okay.
samples. So they hook it up.
You're
So-
lucky.
And I like whiskey, so anything whiskey they give me. So, because I only,
Is this
I only-
real? Like, how many
Yeah.
percent? Is the real one? Like, not.
it's 70 proof, 35% alcohol.
Wow.
I only drink, yeah. Unlike these guys, I drink whiskey from a cup on rocks. Like
At least from a cup, not from a bottle.
Smokesteve's about to have. He poured apple juice with some ice in a cup right there. He's just making it look like he's drinking.
It's just limeade.
Nobody could fool you, Topple.
Too smart.
I don't know why we try.
That's a little bit of limeade, a little bit of spring water, and a good 3 shots of very dark black rum. It's very good.
Ooh, that sounds good.
It is. A little of the limeade, you got to cut it with that spring water or any water. I don't know why I say spring water. It makes it fancier. And that rum sounds good. It sounds so good, I'm going to have it.
So when is your wife going to get on here and show us how to make Irish? No, what was it? Damn it, Long Island iced teas.
Me?
Yeah.
She doesn't know how to make a Long Island iced tea, really. Maybe she does.
I thought she was a bartender.
At one time, if she said that, then she was. Who was that? Another man? Weird. Mystery man. Is that his husband?
You never know how Topple's going to roll any given week.
Dude had a deep voice. Wow.
It's a neighbor who's bringing
Could be a trans
alcohol.
woman.
No, I think it's a neighbor who gives him additional alcohol.
Wow.
Yeah.
He heard him call him an alcoholic, and he's coming to pound the shit out of him.
Free samples. I'd like that.
Yeah, we all need neighbors like that.
When I was a teenager, I took free samples from a supermarket, but that was like 20 years ago.
Yep. I can remember I knew my parents got bottles of liquor as gifts that they never drank, and I used to, any of the clear ones, I would take some and then replace it with water and then put them up in like the storage space, you know. All the little nips they had up there were all pure water by the time I was 15, probably, you know.
You think your parents didn't know?
I don't think so. I have a distinct memory. I grew up in the city, Boston, and I remember I had some iced tea and I put some vodka in it. I thought I was making a drink. Man, that thing tasted like kerosene. It was horrendous. I was, I don't know, 12 years old, but that was my first few experiences, was trying the booze. So when I tasted beer, I was like, wow, this isn't bad at all. It's so light compared to vodka or whatever I had when I was younger, you know.
How many years did you spend in Boston growing up?
My formative years until I was 15.
How could you not have a Boston accent? Did you used to have a Boston accent?
Never really, but and now basically I work practically in Boston. I could drive a golf ball into Boston from where I work, so I'm all around Bostonians. I just don't have. I never had it. I somewhat kind of find it to be annoying, like when you see a movie and they do a bad version of it, like in The Departed. The Departed guy, fucking awesome movie, dude. I love The Departed, but yeah, the Boston accents are horrible in that fucking movie, and I think they can sound kind of ignorant, sort of, the way that people speak so kind of harshly with the Boston accent. I don't know. Does that make any sense to you, Last Dance?
It does make some sense, but you know, I guess I expect that you adopt the accent that you hear around you. Maybe your parents didn't have much of an accent. I don't know.
My mom certainly did. She's been gone for a very long time, but from what I can remember, she did have a Boston accent. My father, he's in his 80s now, so he's got a little bit left, but he's a Florida guy now, so he's kind of just Florida dude at the beach hanging out, you know, doing this thing down there. But there was a time when the Boston, my sister still has it pretty strongly. My brother somewhat, so we had it. I mean, I've been all around though, dude. I lived in Northern California. I lived in Vermont. I lived in Western Mass. Western Mass has no accent, nothing like Boston. So
yeah, I bet you had more than you realized, and it just went away as
Yeah.
you moved around.
It's possible.
You know, I grew up in Chicago, and I never thought I had an accent. But then, having lived away a long time, and I go back, and I hear my sister talk, and I think, well, I can hear a little bit of a Chicago accent there that I can detect when before I wouldn't have noticed it.
Right. Yeah. Chicago's got an interesting one for sure. That whole Midwest thing.
Well,
Yeah.
I tell you, Biscuit gets a lot of hate on the chat, and I don't really understand it.
Yeah. Let me see.
I
Oh, yeah.
deal.
What's that?
I said I deal with it.
Okay. I don't really get it. You're a good guy. I don't know why you get all that hate.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's a bit like bullying already, right? It is pretty mean what they write, I think. I don't like it.
They're just jealous of my good looks.
Yeah.
It's your hair. Once you started showing that hair, they got angrier and angrier.
Especially some of them, they're starting to lose it rather than grow it.
Yep. Yeah, I know how that goes.
But yeah, I've decided I'm not cutting it till New Year.
Cool.
Whoa.
Get a nice head of hair to keep me warm over winter.
You're not like a bear. No.
Well, I sleep 18 hours a day like a bear does, so why not?
Wow, that's a lot of sleep.
It's just fatigue and just tired all the time.
Yeah. Wow.
Do you plan on growing it into like the summer next year, next spring, summer?
No, I'm going to cut it off around January, February time.
Go to March. Give it a run. Let's see.
It gets too much to handle sometimes. It's just curly, and then my mum and dad don't help when they keep saying I'm starting to look like a Taliban.
You know what you look like? You look like a young version of Captain Lou Albano. He was in a couple of Cyndi Lauper music videos. He was a professional wrestler. Dark black long hair,
Everyone used to say I look like Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah, I see
Yeah,
that.
I can see that. Yeah.
Lou Ferrigno. He's deaf, I believe. He's a good
Really?
actor. Yeah.
Yep.
He was on The King of Queens as well as was he the Hulk?
Yeah, he was the
It
Hulk.
was the original Hulk, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't quite have the career that Schwarzenegger had. No, he didn't even come close, but he still did pretty good for a bodybuilder,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to come close to Schwarzenegger. Did you guys hear, speaking of him, the comments that he made recently?
No.
He said, I don't care about your freedoms. Just get the shot or get the vax or wear a mask, But that quote, I don't care about your freedoms.
That's
No
disappointing.
bueno. Yeah.
That's disappointing.
And one of the, like Mr. Olympia, or no, it was a gym, one of the gym chain in California that his company was a sponsor of, dropped him. So he lost a lot of money from saying, I don't care about your freedoms or whatever in the interview that he gave. So he paid for it out of pocket,
It's surprising because, when he first started out in politics, he kind of had a more libertarian streak to him, which was kind of perfect for California, for a California Republican, that is. But people are insane with COVID. It's just making people go on all sides. It's just bringing out the insanity. It's just very disappointing and crazy what's going on.
Yeah, let's get right into it. How about that shit from Australia? That
I was just going to say that.
oh
Isn't
my
that
God.
something?
Woo!
I mean, of all places, Australia, I would have never expected to see that.
It really makes you see the separation of, like, you think, like, okay, there's these 20-something-year-old guys on protest and these 20-something-year-old police officers that feel like it's their right to just blast these guys or these older women, these old women with pepper spray. And I mean, what's their point here? I just don't.
You know what? To me, that's not just that the police are doing their job. They actually hate those people that they're attacking, and they're taking it out on them, knocking over old people and putting I assume it's pepper spray. I don't know what else it would be, spraying them in the face. I mean, I don't know what the hell that is. That just doesn't sound like the Australia that I've read about and kind of expected. I've never been to Australia, I have to admit.
Yeah,
well,
me neither.
here it's similar also. We also have protests against this COVID shit. I participate.
But
because
do
I'm
the
not
police beat the living fuck out of protesters when they're
Yeah, in
when
Berlin.
really?
Berlin, yeah. And
That's
also
something.
here in my city, in Stuttgart, they broke the nose of a woman, and yeah, it's okay, no, because you have a 99.6 survival rate on this shitty virus, yeah, and you need to go crazy. What happens if there is a real disease, like really dangerous disease? Then what will they do? This is, I don't know. First, I was also thought, okay, maybe it's true, maybe there's a virus, but now I believe it's really something else. I don't know what else really. I don't believe that Bill Gates wants to write this is bullshit, but there is something. At least they want to make money, let's say it like that, yeah? But there
Well,
are many people who are vaccinated and who, in Israel, for example, right, there are many vaccinated people who have consequences from the vaccination. And they lie about it. They should really say how many are vaccinated, who are in the intensive care, and who are not vaccinated. And here, if you have a car accident, yeah, you go to intensive care, you test positive for corona, you are considered a corona patient. But you're there because of your accidents, not because of corona. No, that's a lie. So they fake statistics. It's a
okay.
very. It
Hold
sucks.
on, hold on 1 minute. We're if we're gonna get into this, let's see what the Boston Terrier dragged in. Hey,
I knew it was going to be him. Hey,
yeah, you,
good evening, Based. How you doing?
he woke up based once he heard this conversation. He was like, "I'm up, beep, 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 boo, motherfuckers! Here I am." What's up, buddy? How are you?
Absolutely.
I know.
About 74-year-old lady. She had an Australian flag on her shoulders, and the police officers sprayed her, pushed her over, she smashed her head, and they sprayed her for another 2 seconds.
Two guys, two cops, one in front of the other, like they were, getting it on. Like one cop's right over the back of the other. Fucking, he's like, "Let me get that bitch too, motherfucker."
And then they just ignored her. All they wanted to do was beat her up a little. Then they didn't arrest her, and they just went on by. They had got their little vengeance in and moved on.
I have a question. Was it pepper foam? Because it looked like there was it was
sticky.
Yeah,
sticky. It did look sticky. Like silly string.
Right, more like that. So
I haven't seen it, but they describe it as sticky pepper spray.
Yikes. Jesus.
I mean, I've seen it in the UK repeatedly, where the police will go after the weak people in the protest, mainly middle-aged. When I mean middle-aged, I mean 40, 50, 60 years of age women, and they're going after these women, especially if they're holding a sign, and they will violently arrest them. A woman had her shoulder pulled out in the UK over it. And I can think of multiple. So watching the Australian police picking on a pensioner, I'm not that surprised, because the police are out of fucking control worldwide at the moment. They're going after people who want freedom, and they're going after them hard.
There's a real spooky hatred of unvaccinated people by the vaccinated people. I never would have expected the hatred and rage. They just, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. They just absolutely hate them. They belittle them. They love to see the cops beating them up on their behalf. It's terrible. It's just, what has happened to us?
Well, I did a live stream today in Cardiff, because there was a protest in Cardiff, and it was a good live stream. But we had interactions with the public, and you were getting people saying you're mad. And I would say, well, how come they're mad? They just don't want to. They just don't want this for the kids. And they'll turn around and say, I work for the NHS, and my answer back is, well, then you should know better, because a very high percentage of the NHS has not taken up on the procedure. They haven't had it. You know.
Yeah.
There was a story of a care worker in Britain that she's going to lose her job because she didn't want to take the vaccine.
Yeah.
But the reason she doesn't want to take the vaccine is because she was abused as a child, and she feels like all of her she's got no control, and because of the abuse, all the control was taken away then, and now she feels that the vaccine being forced upon her is a control being taken away again.
Yeah. And I mean, that's a very weird case, mind you. But there's
It
lots of
is, but
yeah,
it's just
it's valid.
it's a story that
Yeah.
is one of many reasons why it
Yeah.
shouldn't be forced upon people.
I mean, I've spoke to an opera singer today. She just did an impromptu thing in the park on the way home, and I live streamed it. But the reality was, I spoke to her, and she said she had bad reactions to vaccines before. Sorry, I've said the word. And she's scared. She's scared because she's thinking that if she does, because she's being coerced and pressured. They're giving McDonald's out. She don't care about McDonald's, but like their job, etc. And she feels scared, and there's a lot of people like that, really scared. And
Yeah.
rightly so.
I mean, when it comes down to it, for me, I really don't like the idea of the 100-person or more companies in the U.S., private companies, having to mandate vaccines for those companies. I think that is too much invasion by the government on private companies
But
and their employees.
The White House is exempt. CDC and Pfizer are exempt, by the way.
So is the postal unions,
Yeah, it's shocking.
which is an enormous number of employees.
Yeah, doesn't apply to everyone.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think that the thing that I'm most bothered by is the this attitude that is even being pushed by the president of the United States.
Yeah,
That there's something, these are evil, stupid people that are beneath contempt,
yeah.
and we need to push them around. Anything
Now,
we do is okay.
do you mind if I put you on the spot, Last Dance?
Sure, I'll just run away if it's too much.
Do you think if all of those people, every single one of them, got vaccinated, that this disease would be in a far less pervasive state and much more under control?
I am not. I guess I would take a guess that that's true, but I think that's far from certain. The way these variants pop up and the way the waves come and go. If you look at Israel, which is heavily vaccinated,
Yeah, but
they're not doing well at all. They're getting plenty
yeah,
of cases. So
yeah.
I think it's far from certain that would be the case.
And it's not going to stop there, is it? Because we've got to have boosters now every 6 months.
Right, Biscuit. Look. You've all done the right thing and had a double sheep dip, right? But the reality is, if you miss your booster sheep dip, then you'll be classed as an anti, and you won't be able to do any of the venues. You won't be able to go to all the things they're allowing you to do, because now you've missed your booster. Just think about that, chaps. And the scientists say it's very similar. The infection rate, the transmission rate between a double person and a not, and that's because the Delta variant has overtaken the jib jab.
They're also saying that because of lockdowns and the efforts people have made to not get infected, it's not allowed for enough cases of the flu to make it the next flu vaccine, which means there's going to be more people dying of flu this year and next year.
Well, that would be the same from last year to the year before, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a funny thing on Twitter the other day. I was going through a thread on something, and then the term natural immunity came up. And then shortly thereafter, there was a block of tweets, or a tweet from gone, and in its place, Twitter said tweets from including natural immunity or from natural immunity have been limited at this time. I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, I don't even know. Is this a movement? Is this something like that? They're just not.
Are you waking up, lads? Are you waking up eventually? You know, you seeing what I've been what people have been saying. I knew this was going to happen. I knew they were going to draw lines down the middle and try and divide the people. That's what they do, and that's what they like to do. And like you said, you didn't sign up for 3 injections a year, did you? And that's what they're now recommending: 3 injections a year for your life. You're in the program. You're in the program now, Chuck. If you don't get your booster, then you're an anti, and that's how you're going to be treated.
I don't know if this is true in the UK, but in the US, the vax, no vax line it's bizarrely aligned itself along Democrat versus Republican, and that just makes it so much worse because now the Democrats seemingly want to use their power to punish the unvaxxed, but that's another way of saying Republicans. Unfortunately, I don't know what it's like in other countries. I don't know what it's like in the UK.
And quickly, Mr. Khan, you'll need to show me on camera underneath. I won't put you on the screen, but I need to see you before I click on you, buddy. Give me a way.
Khan!
Yeah.
That's from Star Trek, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, show your face, dude. Let me see. How old are you? Can you put how old you are in the chat here on the side? You don't have to show your face again, young man.
He says 15.
Yeah, too young, brother. Oh man.
Do we have an age limit?
Yeah.
Yep.
You must be this tall to ride the ride.
18 and above, isn't it?
No kidding.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy, but please come back on your 18th birthday, and you can hang out. But I can't let you on now. Sorry, bro. But I appreciate you hanging around. Keep it going in the chat. You're welcome to just keep it clean over there, motherfuckers. Sorry.
Just to go back with Australia, though, it is truly, truly disgusting. They had 1,000 cases this week. We get an average of 40,000 a fucking day, right? We get an average of 40,000 a day. They got their biggest ever, like this is 1,000 the other day, and they're smashing pensioners up for wanting freedom. Their offence was it was in public, right? Wanting her freedom. Couldn't run away. She couldn't run. She's old. So they just flattened her. They're just walking around the poor lady and just ignoring her like any normal human being would do. They targeted her.
Would you have run out to the melee? Would you have run out, Welshman?
I would have expected myself under those circumstances, yeah. At some stage, you've got to take a fucking bullet. And I'd like to think that if I see that unfold in front of me, that I would have taken action.
Yeah, but you have to wonder if there's a time when you can be a hero or be a fool, you know? Like,
yeah. Well, when I see it, I know, and that's the problem, because when I see something like that happen, everything goes out the window, I would hope. I've been conditioned because I film it. I live stream these events. The only thing that stops me from misbehaving is my camera in my left hand.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
I'll record my misbehavior, do you know what I mean? But it is tempting.
You and I are both big fans of Audit the Audit. I know we love that kind of stuff, man. Filming the cops and just anything, protests, interactions. I love those sorts of videos. So, is that what you have?
You like watching it, Steve, but would you actually do it yourself?
No. Never.
Neither would I. I'm too much of a pussy. I'm like, yes, officer. Sorry, officer. Whatever you say, officer.
Yeah, I got pulled over recently, and it was on a busy road, and the cops got the blue lights on, and I'm pointing like, do you want me to pull over to the other road and stop? And he's giving me the thumbs up, and I'm like communicating, and I'm slowly pulling away. I'm like, what do I do? I don't want him to get hit. I was like, I pulled off to a quieter road, and he was kind of like, well, I wanted you to stay there. And And I was like,
Yeah.
officer, I wanted to protect you, sir, because I didn't want you to be in danger. And
It doesn't matter what you do, Steve. You would have done it wrong because he'd have chose it. He'd have said to you, you know, you'd have stopped there or go around like this is a stupid place to park. You couldn't win. You couldn't have won that.
he gave me a warning, which was cool. He had me. It could have been $200, so
Then
I
you're
was
right.
happy.
That's the whole reason I'm super cool, especially with traffic cops.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those. They set up a speed trap at the bottom of a hill on a road covered with trees.
Wow.
It's straight, and you just cruise in a 35 at 49. That's a lot above the.
I was going down I think it was a 40-mile-an-hour road at 90 miles an hour, weaving through traffic at 3 a.m. I ran 3 red lights, and I got pulled over by this officer, and he put me in car, and I was like, I'm losing my license, aren't I? And I was just super polite, and he only did me for the 1 red light.
Now, did you say if you were drunk or not?
No, I wasn't drunk. I was racing to work because I was late.
Okay.
Yeah, but Biscuit, that's crazy to think going through 3 red lights in the UK. I mean,
It was
honestly,
3. It was 3 a.m. There was barely any traffic on the road. It was dead.
Did he
There was
see you
like
go
3
through
cars on
3?
the road.
Did he see you go through 3, or did he just see you go through 1 at speed?
He saw me go through 3. Oh, Jesus.
You know, lucky goat. So he was following you for about 3 miles as you were going through multiple red lights.
The red lights was quite close together. It was like one of those that like every 100 yards there was a traffic light.
Well, it's
Actually,
interesting.
that was great. I'm sorry. I know it's a no, but that was hilarious.
That's no worse than Hayden's waggy
No,
dildo,
it's
is it?
not. I mean, I got to give credit to these guys. They do have a good sense of humor.
Greetings to the EU, right?
You know, the funny thing is, there's a 10 or 15-second lag on this to YouTube, but I don't know if that'll make it. We'll see. But I'll tweet somebody to. Hey, give me
Best moment yet.
give me a timestamp for that. Somebody.
Well,
it's 1:40.
Somewhere, yeah.
1 hour 40.
And
Yeah,
that last,
between 1 hour 40 and 1 hour 43.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
about there.
that last dance, that very professional police officer who stretched around his colleague to spray the old lady. His name is Matthew Jeffs.
Great.
If
He's
anyone had to search him up.
I'm
Matthew
sure to those
I'm sure
a
you
whole
know.
bunch of people he's considered a hero for showing
Well,
these nobodies who's who.
I think he'll have a target on him from now on.
Well,
I think his neighborhood's going to get plastered with posters and all sorts of shit.
what should happen is he should be disciplined by the police because that can't be acceptable by their own code of conduct.
Of course. And of course, you know, it's so crazy the response for merely being in public at the wrong time and being in the wrong place there. I mean, you could be a criminal and they would never, ever, ever behave like that with you. And a violent one. But you're a freedom protester.
If I say, yo, bro, around 1 hour 42 men, a large black penis made an appearance on the pub. Is that about right?
It was detached.
Right.
The detachable penis made its
I lost my
presence
original
known.
Facebook account because of one of those.
I missed it.
Oh, we'll see.
My ex-girlfriend got my account, didn't she? And put a big black man's willy on my profile picture, and my Facebook got deleted.
You should have just gone with it.
It got deleted, and I lost about 9 years worth of photos.
Wow.
Oh no.
And all my best memories from Scotland trips when I climbed Ben Nevis and Ben Wyvis as well.
Honestly, how can Facebook do that? is outrageous. But they
Yeah.
should have a system there where for like 30 days you can retrieve your footage.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's disgusting. I'm surprised it hasn't changed and people haven't, tried to get it changed. Because, like you said,
I
you've got
mean,
your life.
I think worst part about it, I'd never had any infractions ever, and
Yeah.
it was clearly a hack job.
Yeah.
And Happy Dog, FYI, I sent that one to young Will or Alex, however you want to talk about him, whatever his name is. I give him the editing now because I think it's he's the man with that. So I don't know. Maybe Graham's advanced beyond editing dicks out of the pub.
He's too good for that.
Right. He's made it. He made it. It's no more dick editing, but Alex is fine. He loves helping us out. So, just so you know.
Yeah, he's a pretty sharp guy. I enjoyed his 1 or 2 times he's been on too.
Exactly. He's a chill dude, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a good follow on Twitter too.
Yep.
Gives you a lot of insight into his mind. He's crazy. I'm just kidding. We're all a little crazy, right? That's why.
Do you follow James Twatsack?
Oh, hell yeah.
That
Yeah, I
guy's
do
awesome.
too, yeah.
That guy's awesome.
Also, crazy. But
Yeah, exactly.
good crazy.
But a good crazy, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got some.
I liked what he did.
Yeah, that was funny, right? It was good. What are you playing with the dog over there, Welshie?
No, I'm just getting my medicine out just to show you something.
A little salad.
Well, it's a bit of precautions.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Smokesteve? You think Hayden is gonna do a new series on Odyssey? I mean, he didn't really commit to it. He talked about it, but
I sure do hope so, but I'm gonna say 60-40 to yes. So
Okay.
I'm not what I would say confidence. It's not a lock. If it was a Super Bowl, I'd be up in the air, but I am favoring the side of yes. I do think we'll see something live. That's what I think. Yeah. What the hell is that?
That's 50 Ivor and 50 Doxy.
ivermectin you have?
Ivor the engine. Can't say that on YouTube.
Iverboomable.
Yeah. So
How'd you get it?
Self-described.
it costs the fucking bit.
I know.
Say no more.
I know.
Did you get it from your local vets?
No, you can get it online, dude. I know guys who've gotten tons of that shit.
Yeah, it comes from India. It did.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Rogan probably owns stock. I mean, the guy, once he said that, before that, everyone thought it was a good way to go.
Has there been an update on his how he's doing?
Fine. No after effects at all.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah, he's doing fine.
What was the earlier thing that Trump supposedly owned stock in that he was backing up? Hyper?
You can't say the words, and I can't say it normally, but it's hydroxy something thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, hydroxychloroquine.
Oh,
And that's the one that Trump owns.
yeah. He was waving from the balcony 18 hours later.
Yeah, the algorithms will kick in. You are
That
banned.
was also all the
banned.
blood transfusions he had in hospital too.
Yeah, of course.
And,
But they don't seem to treat people. They don't treat the normies like that, though, do they? They treat the
no,
normies.
they don't give him all newfangled cocktails or drugs or whatever they get him.
These have been available on the market for 50 years. There's been 2 billion doses of Ivor the engine, and and is in the top 10 most useful human drugs known to man.
But that's what they said about antibiotics before we overuse them.
Yeah, well, this has been used since the 70s. It's been used for 50 years, so it's not new.
But will it have the same problem as antibiotics if it gets used a lot for everything?
It doesn't
No,
necessarily work the same way. I don't really know how it works. But.
How it works, I'll try and be as basic as I can because I'm not great at saying some of this, but basically it attaches to the cells so Kung Flu can't. That's what it does. It attaches to the cells.
It blocks the receptors, you mean?
Smokesteve.
I understand what you said. I thought it was the cells, but yeah, it could be the receptors. So, but that's what it does. If you take it early, you shouldn't really get any problems.
Did people claim that Trump said you should drink bleach?
No,
did he ever say anything like that? I don't.
He didn't say bleach. He said what was the word he used? It wasn't.
I thought
bleach.
He said disinfectant.
Yes, disinfectant. Yeah.
Right.
He said you should drink it.
No, he didn't.
It wasn't drink it. It was maybe we should all be taking disinfectant or something like that.
Well. The thing is that he never said that, but he said something stupid like Trump does, and they twisted what he says. It was
actually It was like jokingly looking at his medical team, but saying, ironically saying it.
But there was a device out there that was throwing ultraviolet down into your throat, into your stomach, and it was a product that it just been released. It was an actual proper product, but they just screw everything he says. You know what they're like.
Well, the thing is, that's a bad idea because there are bacteria in your stomach that you need, and that would kill it all.
Not when you're struggling to breathe and.
You need. There is bacteria. There's bacteria in your body that you absolutely need. It is part of you.
Yeah, you know how you get that bacteria back when it goes away?
It's something that develops over your entire lifetime, and
sometimes when you take potent antibiotics, it gets killed off. So do you know how you restore it? You eat shit.
All right, so I have the exact Trump quote here. I did a little quick sleuthing.
Okay.
Now this is verbatim, so bear with me. It's very erratic.
Who's it from?
Donald Trump's speech.
Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, but what's the? You know what? Like full fact. I don't want you to say full fact or something because we can't trust these fuckers.
No, this is just a transcript of his speech from the Austin American Statesman. So, and then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see, it gets in the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So I'd be interested to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with, but it sounds interesting to me. So we'll see. But the whole concept of the light, the way it kills in 1 minute, that's pretty powerful. And he's alluding to his comments earlier where he was talking about ultraviolet is just very powerful light. And I think that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I suppose you brought the light inside your body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. I mean, what's he talking about? He's fucking up.
It's a mixture of dumbassery and thinking out loud. It's hard to know where one ends.
He's thinking on his feet, dude. He's just fucking coming out of the ether. He's
exactly. He's like a diarrhea of the mouth.
What was that, Steve? When did he say that? So let's put it into context.
That is exactly what he said, Base Welshman.
I'm not saying
when did he say it?
When?
I can't. It was
got to be early 2020.
April 23rd briefing.
2020.
that's it.
Yeah. Okay.
April.
And he didn't say
it
people
was the
should.
height. It was the height of all the shit that was going on. There is a product that does splash UV down your throat and does clean your throat, and it is a product, right? So I think it was the second sentence where you said, "I've just seen it, knock it out in a minute. I've just seen it. I've just right."
Yeah.
So there was just that the media, the way he talks sometimes doesn't help himself out, as we do know, right? I'm not denying the fact there. But if you're thinking about April and all the shit that was going on in April, right, where all the fear porn is like fucking.
Your wife is not a fan.
Yeah, I mean, I'll find that product. I'll find that product that was already released that was doing something which they were interested in.
God damn, it's that penis again.
What happened?
No.
Jesus.
I thought you wanted to see penis.
I thought no, that was your nose. I'm sorry.
What happened? One of your
Local
special
Dog walks
friends.
out 1 minute.
Now I made an enemy.
Neighbor stopped by and asked how the whiskey was. So
Oh, is he a booze guy? A booze distributor
Oh,
or
yeah.
something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's
He's
a good neighbor to have,
he's
bro.
my weed dealer too.
Oh, dude.
Oh,
You
so
know the
I'll come
FBI
back-
watches these shows.
Fuck them.
Well, long live the people who
So
put
I left and I came back, and you guys are trashing Trump about COVID now.
No, I was reading a Trump
Oh,
speech.
no. Yeah, you were, but you. I know what you're up to. You're trying to get laid tonight with your wife.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So honestly, how do you? What?
Oh, that's T for Trump.
Oh,
See,
oh.
I was thinking
thought-
it, but you said
I
it.
thought you- So, how do you guys feel how he handled COVID with everything going on, though? That's the real question, though. Okay, he said some stupid shit. Biden said a lot of stupid shit, too. Every
Well-
president has, other than really Obama didn't. He was very smart, so.
Well, first of all, Obama lied about Obamacare, but we don't have to get into that.
Okay.
But
But let's talk about Trump and how he handled COVID.
Trump, an admirable thing he did early on was he did get the vaccine. So
Yeah, Operation Warp Speed. That he funded it. He pushed it. He was for it. So,
but
It would have happened without him, though.
probably.
not long ago, he was giving a stump type speech in Alabama, and he mentioned it would be great if all of you got vaccine. You should get vaccine. He got pretty loudly booed.
He got booed. Yeah.
From Trump people. They booed their guy there. So
Oh yeah. Everyone makes the vaccine sound like it's a political thing, but it's Trump supporters. I'm like, Trump got the vaccine. Trump's been pushing it.
Right.
I'm so tired of hearing about the politics with the vaccine. Anna, are you vaccinated? I bet you're not.
No, of course not.
She says
Are they
no.
doing anything in Germany with like your work's gonna force you?
Yes, I trying. Now we have to test ourselves with PCR test. Like
So you have to pay for the test? You have to pay for the test? Oh, they pay for it?
The state
Is that the
pays.
one where they? Is that the one where they rape your nostrils?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
No, it is another type. I don't know if in English you put something in here, then you spit out. So it's not in a nose. No.
Wow.
Lateral flow.
Yeah, it's in solution.
So they give you like what they call a sterile saline solution that they expect you to gargle with,
Yeah.
and you do that. You know what that is? You're vaccinated. They vaxxed you. Dude.
Oh, stop it! Don't do that.
They got you.
They orally vaccinated you.
Yep, that's the shot.
Oh my god. I imagine something else under this term, but okay. Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you, but that is weird. Like, they don't. A test, they usually give you a dry swab. They don't expect you to swish around.
It's not that because I don't want that. That's pretty dangerous. This
Swab?
goes into. Yeah.
All right, well, let me go back to the original question. Do you think Trump was bad? Well, Smokesteve, Last Dance. Nah, Last Dance, Smokesteve. Do you think he handled the COVID what did he handle wrong? Should I say?
I think he made some mistakes with COVID.
With what?
Well, I think there were some times when he had lots of large groups of people together at a time when there were like high COVID numbers in those particular places at indoor events without masks.
Like New York
Or,
and the
or
Democrats. Like New York and the Democrats.
anybody who did that at that time, I just think it might have been foolish. Maybe do it outdoors. Yeah, I don't know, a little airflow. I don't know. Just trying to keep people safe. I'm not trying to say,
So that's your complaint? That's your complaint?
And sort of flying at the face of it, even though he did get vaxxed, he did sort of like downplay the whole thing and not try to play up like the public health, any level of a public health emergency that it might be.
All right. That's it?
But for himself, I think he thought the best thing was to get vaxxed, but he didn't, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, in regards to COVID, yeah, I think he could have taken it optically a little more seriously.
All right. How about you, Last Dance? How you feel?
Well, I tend to believe that, like you were kind of alluding to, if you ignore, let's not ignore what he says. Let's just look at what's done. And I think overall, he supported the development of the vaccine with. Like you said, it would have happened anyway. Well, okay, but he didn't oppose it. He supported it. Operation Warp Speed, he supported it.
Yeah.
And I think that was a big success, depending on how you stand. But I think it personally was a big success. And if you had to say what didn't go right, well, I think the distribution didn't go right when it was finished. It's like you couldn't.
He left it in the state's hands.
Right. So some things went well, some things went not so well. That would happen. Even if Obama was still president, you would have some things going well, some things going not so well.
Yeah.
So everything gets caught up in the Trump hysteria, and it gets spun around in the media washing machine, and if everything becomes overblown and everything, the perspective is lost. I think he did most things that he should have done. He made some comments that he shouldn't have made. That's just been his problem since he's since he opened his mouth.
Let's put Biden front stage Monday through Friday, 1 hour speaks. That's what happens.
As long as it's over by 2:30, 3 o'clock.
I was going to say, he cannot stay awake for that long. So.
My only problem was when he shut down. He didn't shut down the borders totally. That was my complaint when everything was going down. Why would we just stopping flights to certain locations? Shut everything down. That was my only issue with Trump during this whole time. Yeah, diarrhea of the mouth. Yeah, if I was up there, I'd be talking shit too. But he never said bleach. He never said that stuff. So.
Yeah, and another thing. Trump used to have questions like an hour and a half, and he goes, "Come on, any more? Can you imagine? Biden doing 1.5 fucking minutes, not 1.5 hours, and then saying to the press corps, "Do you want some more? Any more questions? I'm here to answer your questions." Seriously,
right. So this should be interesting. This should be interesting because we have Biscuit Vapes and Base Welshman. Two opposite looks at this. How you guys feel like your government handled COVID?
Yeah. If you'd have asked me a month ago, I would have said they're doing really well.
A month ago, what happened? What changed?
The way they're trying to force it on care staff.
Just care staff? That's it?
Well, that's the one that gripes my goat. They're basically, there's not enough care staff in the country, but they're going to force them on their asses just because they don't want the vaccine.
And they're going to employ people that aren't qualified because they're going to have to sack about 6,000 care staff.
And it's close to my heart because for most of my working career, I was a carer.
Yeah. Oh, no kidding, huh?
There's people doing 20 years, and they're going to have to leave their jobs.
And I know full well how hard the job is, and you really do care for the people that you work for.
I'm sure, man.
So did these people have So even if you had COVID and you have the antibodies in you, they're going to
Immunity
force
doesn't
you.
matter. Immunity doesn't matter. Full stop. They don't care
I mean-
about 80,000 years.
I mean, let's be
of
honest.
immunity.
They're not doing it for the people that you're caring for because they're already vaccinated. They're safe.
Steve, don't cut your wrist.
Okay,
All right.
I'm going to throw out what I think about the British government. They're an absolute disgrace. They're supposed to be conservative. They're supposed to be libertarian. My fucking ass. They're honestly a disgrace. In Wales now, we've got this Marxist Drakeford, right? And he's deciding to do the old jib jab passports in all venues now, virtually all inside venues. It's an absolute disgrace. They should all be ashamed of themselves. Boris, I could never vote Conservative now. He's destroyed it. I'm partyless, right?
Well, you
And
can't really vote for anyone because they're all a bunch of fucking self-grandiose
they're all the
bastards.
same. They're all the same. Keir Starmer is a joke as oppositional leader, right? At least Jeremy Commie Corbyn was a proper opposition.
He knew what he stood for and he fought for it at the end of the day.
Yeah. He wouldn't agree with half the stuff that the Conservatives put forward, because that's what a leader of opposition is supposed to do.
At least Corbyn gave an opposite view and gave you something to fight for.
He's a total cunt, but he believed in what he believed in, and he would argue his point. Keir Starmer is just a lapdog.
But how did the government? How you feel like your government dealt with COVID in the right way or the wrong way?
They did some good things, as in they got the vaccine distributed faster than anyone else in the world.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's about it.
If that was their aim, they've done a good job of that, right? Yeah. But what their aim is now, and I'm sure you don't know about this, the American people out there, is that now they're vaccinating 12 to 15-year-olds. And I know in America they're thinking about 6-month-year-olds, but you're always in front of us, you fucking mad fuckers, right?
Yeah.
Love you too, buddy.
You're going to kill kids. Kids are going to get a reaction and they're going to die. And the reality is, kids don't die from kung flu. They're really, 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 really rare. And there's going to be kids going to be dying out. And now they're pushing it where you don't need parents' consent. It's called killer competence. And they passed the law. They passed the law where now they can jab your kids. I think I might have said it before. And they're doing it. What it is, the child has to be mentally competent. So the guardian, stroke the teacher, believes the child is mentally competent.
All right.
Then they can have an experimental jib jab. It's disgusting.
Now that's not in the U.S. I can tell you that.
No.
No, it's in Europe. You have the idea for below 12. Maybe. Excuse me?
Sorry?
He's whistling for his dog.
No, for his dog. That's Diesel. We see Diesel standing over there.
I interrupted. Sorry. I thought that I should.
No. Keep going, Anna.
Yeah,
nice
carry on, man.
Look at that ass.
Shut up.
Very
I want to say Diesel. Diesel's great. He's a cute dog, man.
Okay.
All right, go on, Anna.
No, I just think it's very dangerous to vaccinate children, but they will do it anyway. Pregnant women too. Genocide.
It's all about the money.
Reduce the CO2, right?
All right. How about the UK and Germany? How have kids going to school? Do they have to be vaccinated yet? If they're of age? No? Okay.
Well, in the UK, it's starting on Monday. They're vaccinating 12-year-olds for Monday.
Oh, it's mandated now? That means nothing now.
Well, they're giving them a choice.
Well, yeah, it's a choice, but they're not being forced.
Without parents' consent.
Who is that at the bottom? Interesting.
So,
competence.
Yeah, what he was saying, Topple, is that if the teacher thinks the child is mentally sound to make this decision on his own, his or her own, they get to make the decision on their own, and the parents have no say in it at all.
At the age of 12?
At the age of 12 and above, yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
That's bullshit. Like, my 15-year-old can't even decide anything for himself already, so...
Exactly.
Now here, what I had heard was that there's some schools that had tested kids without the parents' permission.
Yeah.
rapid tests got the results back within a couple hours, and the kid was allowed to finish out the school day.
Rapid tests are bullshit, though. My wife failed. Came up positive for so many
Well,
rapid tests.
I heard a really good immunologist the other day say, if you fail the rapid test, you are likely not transmitting or spreading COVID. You could have it in your body, but it's not existing in that part of your nose, so you're not really getting it out there.
The world has gone on lockdown on a test that can't tell between a live virus and a dead virus. And the person
Here's a big one for you. Get this based.
The person who told us this was the inventor of the PCR. His name's Carrie Mullis. Right? He said this. He said, if you times it up enough, if you multiply it up enough, you'll find fucking anything in a PCR.
I had that test and trace app until today, and I deleted it. I deleted it. Do you know why? I left my phone here for 3 months at my house, and I've only been to the school to pick up and drop my daughter off. And somehow I've been in contact with someone who's had COVID. I've been in contact with no one for 3 months, and I'm supposed to self-isolate for 9 days.
Now, does your daughter have a cell phone?
No.
Okay,
Biscuit, they updated the NHS app last week. What happens now, 2 weeks ago, sorry, what happens now is that if someone accuses you of a crime, merely accuses you of a crime, it's on the NHS app. Your criminal record will be on an NHS app. Your mental captivity, your mental ability, and your mental health
will be
on the NHS app. There was an update, like I said, 2 weeks ago, and it is shocking what is on that NHS app.
The test and trace app doesn't ask for your information; it only has your mobile phone information.
They've got it. They've put it on the NHS app, mate.
Not on the test and trace one. The test and trace one, you just put on your phone.
I'm going to put this in a side chat now. I'm going to put this on a side chat now. I've got Julia Bradley Bowie, I can't remember her name properly now, on Talk Radio explaining the conditions. She literally went through the terms and conditions on the update, and this is what's in it. I'll put it in the side chat for you now. I'll be back.
Because the test and trace one, you just download and put on your phone. It could be anyone's phone. They don't ask any details on that one.
Bring Happy Dog in.
Is that Happy Dog? Or
That's
no?
Happy. That's Happy Dog.
Dude, I don't know. I think it might be the black cock guy again.
What, there was a black cock here and I missed it?
Yes.
Damn.
Yes.
I always miss good stuff.
It was average.
It was average?
No, I don't know.
I was about to say, Smokesteve. Is that hamster site you go to?
Okay, I've just put it in the side chat, mate. I've just put it in the side chat. It's a really, really...
I know that it's bad shit, though, that test and trace app.
Yeah, but if you can play it, it's only like a minute, and it's crazy what's in it. There's so much in it now on the update that if you have a look at it, mate.
Are we talking about the proper NHS app that you can do your that has your vaccine status on?
I'm on about the track and trace, mate. Just open up that.
Not the proper NHS one that you have your vaccine pass on.
No. Have a look.
All right.
Have a look in the site, that mate, and play it. It's only a minute now. It's crazy.
Wow.
Well, go ahead, dude. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say something stupid. You go for it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what happened to Last Dance? Did he fall?
Yeah, that's the point.
No.
Okay, I guess I have to leave. It's 2 a.m. here already. Thanks for having me, and see you. Bye.
Bye, Anna.
Bye. See you later. See ya. It's not him.
Who?
It's not Tappy Dog. He's saying it's me, but it's not because he said LOL. He wants me to put on because he knows I'm going to get burned.
It's Happy Dog because he used the same comment in the... It's Happy Dog.
Now he's got to just quickly show himself. I won't show him on camera.
If there's black cock, there's black cock. We just got to deal with it, all right? Ain't nobody watching the stream anyway.
Based, you're on about the wrong app, mate.
23.
it's the one. It's that video clearly states it's the one with the vaccine passport. That's the proper NHS app.
Right.
The one I had was the other NHS track and trace app.
But what's included in it? Was I right in what's included?
Yeah, you're right about all that
Crime.
because that's got all your
Crime.
medical information on it. But the one that I
Well,
had,
that's not medical. Crime's not medical, right?
no, it's not. No, you're
Right.
right. You're right that the proper NHS app, which I do have out as well, but the one that told me to self isolate was just the track and trace
Okay.
app.
Okay, so I got the wrong app, but
Yeah.
the one the
Pause.
app. What is in it that I haven't mentioned? I'm sure there's stuff I haven't mentioned. It's crazy, some of it.
It was like your ethnicity and everything, crime and all sorts.
It's crazy. Not about your health.
No woman will cry.
No. What? Oh, sorry.
Okay, last dance, because you're back now. Just a quick one.
And we're back.
I've seen a clip where they asked Republicans and Democrats about the percentage of dying from tongue flu, and the Republicans were saying like 1%. The Democrats, right, were saying like crazy 40, 50, and it was a really high percentage. It's 70% basically, up to 70% of people. The contract. I mean, and the people to blame for that are liberal media over there. They've scared. They've given 18 months of free porn on CNN and MSNBC or whatever, and all the other ones. And it's amazing.
MSPC, oh, those are the worst.
You know, yeah, the NSPC ones, whatever. But the reality is, they're
What,
so
the National Society for Protection of Children.
yeah. But they've scared their viewers, mainly Democrats, into thinking the worst things. So it's hardly surprising when you see these Democrats losing their shit, because they really do think they've got a very, very, very high chance of dying.
Well, it's bizarre that there's this bizarre feeling amongst Democrats that they're smarter than everybody. And
Republicans are the same way.
well, it's certain ones of them, right? Like the media thinks they're smarter than everybody. But there's people can be, they tend to overstate and overbelieve in threats, any kind of a threat, depending on what they hear from the media. 20 years ago, it was the threat of terrorism. We were all terrified, and we allowed the government to, enact and erect the surveillance state. And okay, maybe there was a threat, but was it really such a big threat that we had to have 20 years of war and a surveillance state?
Well,
No,
there was a rather large visual, wasn't there?
Yeah, okay, I agree. But we tend to get irrational about things that scare us. And the media is doing that with COVID. And the result is a lot of irrational, behavior that goes.
The USA news is much worse than the UK.
I can believe that. I can believe that.
What they did was, what was it? Was it Ebola? Ebola took it out of all proportions in America, didn't they?
It happens with everything that comes around the bend. There's like big panic. The world, the sky is falling.
The money,
right? Because
was it America where there was a nurse that was riding through streets with suspected Ebola on a bicycle?
I don't remember, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Probably.
And they were like, "She's going to kill everyone. Get in your houses, everybody."
These news networks like CNN, they know that they're when they ring the alarm of fear, their ratings go up.
Well, quick question.
When they get twice as many viewers, they get twice as much revenue. So they have a great incentive to overplay and hype these threats because they make money off it.
Back in the 80s with the AIDS and HIV, were they doing the same thing there? Oh, I wasn't alive, so.
It depends. I mean, in some ways they were underplaying it, and in many ways they were They were overplaying it.
And were they blaming gay guys for that at that time, or was
Of course
it
they
just?
were.
Yeah,
So a lot of Republicans were. There was a lot of Republican, like Jerry Falwell, for example.
I mean,
This kind of idea that this was revenge or justice for a sinful behavior.
Really?
And, oh yeah,
I
it
mean,
was
but
atrocious.
if you talk about the liberal media, they wouldn't exist without big pharma adverts every fucking 6 minutes or whatever your adverts are in America. It's like every fucking minute. And they survive off adverts from big pharma. So they're never going to fucking argue with big pharma because without big pharma, they wouldn't fucking exist.
That goes both ways, though. That goes on the Republican side too.
I don't agree with that,
You
Grace
don't?
Welshman.
Oh.
No, I think that I think it's the viewers that pay for the. Someone else will advertise if it's not big pharma, and
Well,
it's
check
the
on the
viewers.
number
It's the
that-
viewership that determines the rates of advertising revenue. So it may influence them to a certain degree, but not nearly as much as they are tuned to their viewers' idiosyncrasies.
Well, if it weren't for the airports, CNN wouldn't even be in the top fucking 100 behind Nico them with repeats from fucking 30 years ago. Their ratings are so fucking poor.
It is funny that they were in every goddamn airport for 30 years.
Yeah.
I think that's changed a lot now, but it did build the company. I think you're right about that.
Hi, Mr. KillC1. Good to see you there. Happy Dog says, Fulaki, back in the 80s, said that there was no moral reason to control people for a virus. Well, I don't know if there is a moral. I don't know if there's a moral reason, but maybe there's a practical reason.
His name's Fauci, I think.
Right.
Oh, Fauci? I thought what the fuck you were talking about.
Oh, I got something with Fauci.
Is he still around?
I do.
He is still around.
Well, I mean, he's alive, obviously, but is CNN just reporting everything he's saying still?
Did any of you guys ever watch The Demon Headmaster?
It sounds like a porn site to me. What?
No, it was a kids' TV program.
Oh, that's even worse.
It was about a headmaster that hypnotized kids and like.
Yeah, for the record, I was making fun. For the record, I was just making fun of the spelling because
I know what you were doing.
All right.
We don't think you're stupid, Smokesteve. It's okay.
All right. Good.
I was just saying because it looks a bit like Fauci.
Kills.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liable to talk about the British, the lead guy in British as being Boris
Are you standing
Yeltsin.
up?
Who?
That's Bill Gates.
Yeah, it's the Kill Bill movie franchise.
Yeah.
This is a little twist on that. Bill kills.
I like the pajamas, my man.
That's the Demon Headmaster. It looks a bit like Fauci.
So he used to hypnotize kids to do what?
Yeah, I think it was a Roald Dahl book as well.
What did he hypnotize them to do?
I can't remember. It was like.
Were you hypnotized too?
No, it was. Do you remember Goosebumps?
Yes.
It was in the same vein as that.
Okay. See, 35-year-olds talking. We know what we're talking about.
Is Goosebumps around the time that there were those weird troll movies and shit, and Gremlins and stuff, or?
No, that was early 90s.
No, yeah.
This was late 90s, early 2000s.
Oh, I was getting wasted by then, so I don't remember much. Those were my.
It's all a fog, huh?
Those were my formative years of learning about things. So yeah.
The Demon Mask, I think, was my favorite Goosebumps. You know, the one where they put the mask on it and it like turns them into like monsters.
Oh, so it wasn't really it wasn't like Mr. Rogers' show.
Huh?
You know who Mr. Rogers is?
No, that's an American TV show, I think, isn't it?
You guys didn't have that over there?
No.
Mr. Rogers.
I have heard of it, but I never
Mr. Rogers
watched
is
it.
awesome.
He was a gangster.
He really was.
I don't know. Now I think he's creepy. I loved him then.
He's
but
dead. Of course, he's creepy.
No, I mean, I'm not talking about his corpse.
Was it like our Jim will fix it?
No,
Not
he
that
would
kind.
be
Not
like,
no.
what would he explain? He would talk about his sweater. He had a real nice
Are you
cardigan.
trash talking Mr. Rogers?
Boy, you're
No,
making me
it's just-
angry.
Holy shit!
Jimmy Savile was creepy and all, and he turned out to be creepy for a reason.
He was
Rogers is
really
the man.
good. He could teach you to tie a shoe like nobody's business.
Oh my
I mean,
god, you're trashing him.
Was it like Sesame Street, but without the
No,
puppets?
better.
Nah, Sesame destroyed him.
Oh my god, you're so wrong.
Sesame had like Bob Marley, like
They
Peter
had the Cookie
Gabriel.
Monster.
Here's the thing about Sesame Street. Sesame
Yeah,
Street
he ate
appealed
cookies.
was as much for the parents as it was for their kids because it was
No,
great.
no,
Sesame Street.
that was the Muppets.
Yeah, well, that's Sesame Street.
Muppets were the shit. I take Muppets over Sesame Street any day. That
Even British cartoons were like made with that adult theme
Yes.
many
Yeah.
years ago. It's not now. You can't have that
No.
that sort of.
Did you guys get Ren and Stimpy
yeah,
over there?
yes,
Yes.
Ren and Stimpy,
Awesome.
Cat Dog.
Now I'll tell you one that is exactly what while she was talking about. SpongeBob had a lot of adult humor, like the jokes
I love SpongeBob.
jokes that just the parents would catch,
Yeah.
as well as the movie Shrek. There's some hilarious stuff in Shrek.
Well, the OG for the lowbrow, low adult humor was Simpsons, wasn't it?
yeah,
Until Family Guy
Simpsons,
came out.
Sorry,
Sim-
Family Guy beat that.
Yeah.
Simpsons was better.
That wasn't subtle though, was it? Family Guy. Simpsons
Oh,
was
no,
subtle.
no.
No, Family Guy came out later when subtlety was
Yeah.
was net passe at that point.
I would suggest they were for adults, both of them, really.
Simpsons
I agree.
was subtly for adults.
Well, that's what drives me crazy about these millennials that are so fucking woke. They grew up on Family Guy. What was that stupid on Comedy Central?
South Park,
South Park.
Yeah,
And you're telling me these kids are fucking sensitive?
Team America.
these things are last generation, dude. This new generation is all like playing video games. They don't even know what they were born after or on like 9/11. They don't even know what the hell that is, you know. So it's like
We're indoctrinating
people.
a culture of drone pilots. That's all we're doing.
Yeah, I know a
Yeah.
few.
They're indoctrinating people that take it really easy, get upset really easy, and lash out really easy. And that's what we're all doing in Britain, in America, in any Western country. That's what we're doing.
Yep. Yeah, I had something to say about what was the previous subject that we just
Mr. Rogers,
yeah, Mr. Rogers.
trashing. How dare you?
The Simpsons. The Simpsons I think were the best. And they controlled all.
It was good if you want to watch adult humor with children.
There was one where it was the big weed episode. I think Homer got a medical card, and the police got that, like, they got a husky as the drug dog, and at the end, the cops are smoking the weed, and they're playing Bob Marley jamming, and Chief Wiggins is singing along. Absolutely.
Are you sure that
gold,
was
baby.
You sure that was Simpsons and not a Family Guy episode?
Chief Wiggins, dude, from The
Chief
Simpsons. Yeah,
No,
Wiggins.
they did the cannabis thing on Family Guy, didn't they? When the dog was like singing about cannabis
That's pretty good.
with Stewie.
I'll tell you, the funniest Family Guy thing I've ever seen, hands down, he has a boat, and he's trying to back down a fucking boat ramp, and he can't. He keeps fucking the trailer up every time. You know, when you drive a trailer, when you're backing up, it goes the opposite way you think it's going to go.
Right.
Yeah.
And he cannot get it right. And
He's going back and forth like over and over again,
He
smashing
yells out,
into.
"Stop laughing at me!" It's just, I mean, that was the best. And he eventually like floors it and like sinks the car. It was really, really well done. Because anyone can relate to that in New England. The boat ramps here, when the fucking idiots come out with their boats in the middle of the summer.
You know why that happens, don't you? Because they are pre-drunk. They don't just wait to get on the boat to get drunk. They get
And they're driving a two-wheel drive pickup, this front-wheel drive or something.
Yeah.
They're going down the ramp with all the weight on the back end.
They have no idea what they're doing because
Yeah.
the people who do have either a dock with a dinghy or they have a mooring or something or whatever the fuck. But the people who are bringing their boat in and bringing it out every day, you always see.
Can you imagine the workers when you come in and the guy comes in like with his Jeep or whatever, and he's going, yeah, and he's all enthusiastic, and you're there with your staff going, yeah, I'm just going to get positioned. He goes there with his camera, and he just sits there, and he gets hits all the time with the fucking boat going down sideways, like off the hinge, the truck just flooding.
Yeah, well, no, I've seen it about 4 or 5 pictures a year from the various harbors of roofs of pickups that are about 3 feet under, and you're like, damn,
I've seen it too.
Loss, dude.
I've seen some expensive ones as well, like massive expensive trucks, like going in there.
40 to 60,000. Yeah, dude. 2500s, big, huge V8, 600 horsepower boat
and
package.
They open the door, don't they? And it's like,
yeah. I mean, these things are up high, but once the water gets in, you can't stop it. It's just, you're gone. They don't know what they're doing. And plus, if the boat is too big, if the tide isn't right, the boat has to go too deep, then the truck keeps backing and backing down, and the trailer is like fully underwater, and then tires get wet. It's a shit show. You're fucked. It's crazy.
And when the propeller's hitting the floor as well, I seen one recently that was going on the motorway, and the propeller was hitting the floor every like fucking 20 seconds. Yeah. He zoomed in on the propeller, and it's just fucked, absolutely fucked.
It's like that. Do you remember the Top Gear episode where they do the boats, the car boats?
No.
And Richard Hammond's got this like canal boat, like Volkswagen camper van. He drives straight in, but like forward, and he's got this little propeller connected to the engine prop.
Nice. Yeah. And it took it off.
As he drives in, the propeller snaps off, and he's just sat there floating it, walking, he can't get out.
And it clearly wasn't planned, even though it was hilarious. It was clearly natural because he just sat there like a fucking dinghy or like a canal boat without fucking power. That was the Uber.
Yeah, that sort of a vessel isn't what you'd call like truly seaworthy. You want to be moving forward in that thing. You don't want to be sedentary. Fucking waves coming in all directions. I mean,
it was a lake. It was a lake.
Yeah, it was just a lake.
You could get a little wave.
They took a camper van to France, didn't they? Oh no, one a camper van. What was it? What did they take to France?
Toy boater.
Yes, right, a Toyota, that's what it was.
It was a Toyota Hilux with a massively overpowered outboard on back.
And it was all water sealed, so they could drive it right in.
Yeah.
They welded it all shut.
But the thing is, while it was driving on the road, it kept overheating because it was like all foam sealed, all even air ducts for engine. I mean,
how do you waterproof an axle where it comes through? I mean, it's spinning.
You waterproof everything above the axle.
Yeah, but it's still going to get in around it a little. It's spinning.
Well, how do they make those duck boats? Those are somehow managed to.
Just put toy boater in. Put toy boater in Google now, Steve, and you'll see it going across the English Channel. It made it.
I see what you're saying, Biscuit. You mean that all gets fully submerged?
Yeah.
Oh wow! So you have to have like serious lubrication down there on that sucker. But yeah, that makes sense. So it's the wheels and shit are completely underwater with water going right through them, but you have a boat attached with a propeller on the back. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
They had like I think it was 2 or 4 massive motors on the back, didn't they? It was like overpowered, like. Useless thing.
Huh. It's cool. Yeah, that show always had some fun stuff on it for sure.
There we go. There's Jeremy Clarkson, his toy boater.
Oh, cool. Oh yeah. Oh, he put a little bridge in the back. Nice.
Yeah.
I like it.
But thing is, when he put power on, the front end went into the sea.
Yeah,
Yeah, and he has outriggers with like
Yeah.
nice fishing
and
rods on there.
it was killing him from over the top, wasn't it? You had to like sit back, you had to stand back and get
Yeah.
a bit more weight to the back end.
Yeah, they had to get the other two lads on back, just counterbalance it.
Interesting. Cool. Kind of
But
looks like
it was going to submarine. It was going to go down like a submarine at one point. Everything went faster.
kind of looked like he was in front of a dam.
It was the Dover port, I think.
Yeah, coming out of Dover now, the English Channel in front of me.
English Channel. All right, cool.
Well, just someone mentioned Dover, so I may as well say it. 1,000 dinghy divers arrived in the UK about 10 days ago in one day. Last week,
because it good weather, wasn't it? And the sea was calm.
Yeah, so basically, I've been filmed, and as you know, what stops them from coming is bad weather. They don't care about the cold or the rain. It's basically waves, the swell. It's the swell you need to look for. And anything over 0.8 meters.
Where do they come from?
Calais. They're all originally Sudan, Iraq, Syria, traditionally.
Yeah, but via what is their last port to come to the UK? Like, where are they?
They've travelled on average of about 8 to 12 countries to get to where they've got to.
So they're coming across the strait.
So they're coming from France.
Coming from France.
Yes, so basically, it's Syria, say, or Iraq, and they would either go to the Baltic countries, which will add.
I think the main problem is that they think that the benefit system here is better than the countries going through.
It is. It's better than all of Europe. It's better than all of Europe because when they get here, I've watched it. They go to your house, which is the holding centre, and then they go straight to hotels. And currently, we are housing 61,000 in hotels. Customers billions and billions a year.
Can you imagine if we stopped all that, how many homeless we could get off the streets?
Well, exactly. I mean, a homeless person, or if you're on the list, you're waiting fucking years and years and years, and they don't wait any time at all, right? I'll tell you what they get straight away. They get £38 a week, a mobile phone, which they've already got, and plenty of nice clothes because we film them with their fucking nice trainers and their nice mobile. And it's cost them at least €1,000 to get on their thingy because it's a big human trafficking thing, right? And they don't, they've got to find that cash in Calais between 5,000 and 1,000 to get on the boat. And when they get here, they get 3 square meals a day, a 4 3-star hotel, £38 a week, and you get the leftists giving them fucking all sorts of shit. The leftists, just and these leftists will walk past a veteran on the road, homeless.
And where does the UK get all its money? It seems like it gives away a shitload.
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah, but I mean,
the US does it.
It doesn't do it for the indigenous people, though. It doesn't do it for the indigenous
people. We pay a load
people.
in national insurance and taxes, don't we?
You have this national health insurance. You have all of this refugee shit that you're just shelling money away to. Like, where's all this money coming from?
Well, the taxes.
Yeah.
Same way the U.S. is doing it.
Exactly, taxes.
But
we borrow it from China.
They don't treat the indigenous people the same way they treat people that have broken the law on their first day of arriving. They've committed a crime while arriving in their country, and they'll get housed in hotels within days.
There's not just normal work taxes either. There's obviously road tax, which is exorbitant. There's the council tax, water rate tax.
What's the road tax cost per year?
Depends on what you're driving.
You pay
It can range from 15 quid for a moped, all the way up to 700-800 quid for a diesel.
Well, no, I'm paying 220 quid for my diesel. That's what
I'm on about like a big 4x4.
You don't pay road taxes just when you pump your gas. It's just built into the gas price.
You pay that as well.
Yeah, you pay different tax for that. So 80. I think it's 80 or 85. I think it is 85% of our fuel cost, which is £1.40 at the moment for diesel, I believe, something like that, is tax, 85%.
Wow.
And then we've got to pay tax to own the car as well.
Yeah.
That makes
And then-
sense. Why?
And then
3.7 liters is a gallon, and they're paying £1.40 for a liter. So times that by 3.7, £1.40. So you're talking over $5
Yeah.
American, yeah, for a gallon.
Now,
Damn.
in California, it's over $4 a gallon. So
Yeah, but the UK, they do it by the liter, and it's like $1.75 a liter, which is one third of a. Less than a third, more like a quarter of a gallon, maybe 30, what is it, about 28, 30%?
4.6 litres, I think, isn't it, in a gallon?
No, 3.7, 3.8.
3.7, yeah.
So you guys don't have no 8-cylinder vehicles over there then?
No.
No.
So say my truck would just stay in the driveway. I was just looking at it.
Right.
It'd be cheaper to just burn the cash directly in the engine than it would be to get gas.
The most economical thing you can have over here is a Honda 90.
All right,
That's what I was going to say. What we used to call, I don't know, I guess you might not be able to say it. It involves rice and like those types of vehicles, but maybe I won't say it. So yeah, a little.
You mean tuk-tuks?
Rice burner?
Yeah, right.
I'll say it. I don't care.
So do you guys have is there a demand for pure all-electric vehicles in the UK?
There's a few. There's like Chevy Volt and
What about that new Ford Mach-E? That's like
electric.
It's not many people are going to have things like that, but they'll be like the Prius is quite popular around here.
Tesla's massively popular in the UK now. It is exploding now, the electric market, but we haven't got the infrastructure to handle it.
There's a lot of hybrid. There's a lot of hybrid cars as well.
Loads. So they're bullshitting the London congestion, because what they do, they'll have a little battery in a car, and because they have a little battery in their Lexus Jeep, they can drive through London all day on diesel. If they can just switch to diesel, that's how they're getting away with it in London.
Do you guys
Always
have to pay?
a scam.
Do you guys have to pay for like tolls, like highway? Do you have to pay on
in high congestion places like London? Yeah, and certain bridges like the Humber Bridge costs us a fortune to cross.
London congestion pricing is enormous. I mean, it's
massive.
you just don't drive unless you're rich there.
So I drive from London to a protest occasionally. I it's not often, but I do it now. And the reason why I've stopped is because it's really cheap on the bus. But apart from that, I get lifts. But I'll park within half a mile of the congestion charge on a Saturday.
You don't like that, Topple?
Fuck no, it's a Ford.
That's the Ford Mach-E.
Hey.
I think that's pretty cool, man.
It's all electric.
All electric.
Don't you like the Mustang?
No, I'm not a big fan of the Mustang. I'm a Camaro guy.
I think that's a pretty sharp.
What about the old-fashioned Capri?
Okay, yeah.
That's a Chevy, though. That's a Chevy.
Yeah.
No, it's a Ford Capri.
We sold Capris in America, didn't they?
You mean the old cop cars, the tanks we used to have?
Yeah, the old Capri.
Every time I see a UK cop car, I just laugh my ass off.
Yeah, it's a joke, isn't it? It's fucking.
We have Fiestas and Focuses now, mainly.
mate, we have plod cars now, right, in trans colours, right?
Yeah.
In trans colours, right, and the LGBT triple plus divided community. You know, once they segregate the colours like a multicoloured South African
rainbow.
flag.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think Biscuit brought that up last week.
Yeah. I think the best cop cars we have is the Volvo T5.
Yeah, they don't have them now, though.
They do, don't they? For high speed.
High speed?
Yeah, Volvo T5 is awesome.
What else do you have over there that could go high speed, though?
Well, we've got specialists like the gun crew. They've got like sports cars.
Basically, they're running around in our big, powerful Audis. You know, with Lambo engines.
They're the armed squad, though, aren't they? Normal coppers don't get.
I don't know. Audis aren't all they're cracked up to be. I think they're way overpriced, man.
Whoa. What you driving, Smokesteve?
Whoa, me?
Yeah.
I drive a Toyota.
Okay.
There's,
Longevity Jeep.
there's my vehicle behind me, covered in a coat.
Bicycle.
Aye, electric.
Yeah. But
Yeah, with that
you're
gas
right.
prices.
90% of British police cars are like an Astra or something really shitty, like a Leon, Xeon or whatever, like a really just piece of shit car. 1.6, 1.8, just a fucking joke.
Tiny little engine, but you can blow those things out if you put the right exhaust
Does
on
America
them.
still have mounted officers?
In the parks like New York City.
Yeah, you'll see them in downtown Boston.
Yeah.
On the yeah, I mean,
on horses.
Yeah.
They have an intimidation effect. A guy on a horse
protest.
You'll tend to obey them because
we've got a few around here that I think we've got like 3 or 4 that just plod around on horses.
Do you still have knights on horseback in the UK?
No.
Oh man, I missed it.
The knights
500 years.
maybe for festivals and shit, but not generally.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't get rid of these great pieces of history.
Do you know how heavy armor is?
Right. So I'm thinking about this.
Hey, if you think those Australian police were tough, you should have your guys show up on horseback with the big jousting spears. That will make an impression on these awful protesters.
We have machine guns now.
No, you just brought up a great point. Last Dance. Full knight regalia for protesters with sword would be hard to beat.
That's true.
It's coming.
Although if they got the spray inside the little slit in your eyes, you'd be fucked. They'd be like,
right. You can't get it out now.
You need some defense against that.
Do you have a look at that thing I put in the side chat labeled Alpha Man, Alpha Male? He just took up about 4 Australian coppers today, and they're all pepper spraying. He literally took out 4 of them, and that's a true fucking alpha male there in the back chat. But can we talk about that Gabby woman in America? Because that's like really big topic in America at the moment, isn't it?
Tulsi Gabbard?
No, Gabby Petty.
Oh, Gabby, yeah, the woman who was obviously killed by her boyfriend.
TikTok has gone crazy with this.
Yeah.
Okay,
so it's a white girl that went missing?
Yeah.
If she was black, would it be on the news?
Probably not.
Wasn't there also a couple that...
Oh, come on, you fucking guys.
Wasn't there a couple found just after they met him or something?
Well, it's a unique story, isn't it? Basically, they went off in their camper van and she's gone fucking missing. It looks really bad. So I think the press would have picked up on this story anyway.
I heard something about a couple getting found dead, wasn't they?
Had you guys heard about the photo controversy that they've come up with that the people from like Insta and TikTok and shit figured out?
No.
That one of the photos she put on her Instagram was like from 7 or 8 days earlier, but someone found the EXIF data and something went on where they were like, they figured out that she would never have done that. She was like super on her IG game, and this was like a total amateur post, and they're all like, it was her boyfriend. He had her phone. She was fucking dead. He was trying to make her still seem alive. So there's this whole sleuth community that's going to work on this, and it's pretty cool. I love it, man. I think it's great.
He won't talk, will he? So he won't even talk to his own family.
He's gone missing.
Citizen journalism.
No.
He's not missing. He just won't talk to anybody.
Because I was seeing reports where that loads of people are camped outside his house and screaming and all that, which, you know...
I guess he's reserving the right to remain silent, I guess.
I guess he is. But another thing, has anyone seen when they got pulled over a couple of days before by the police in this body cam, where, amazingly enough, she admits, it's on YouTube, I looked at it myself just before I come on air. I saw it today. Yeah, she admits to scramming him and striking him. And the police and the way the body-worn camera is, it looks like he's the victim. She admits she's a big loopy and she has massive OCD and she loses her shit sometimes. I'm not defending the man at all, but this could be I don't know at the moment. There's not enough evidence out there.
Are you reckoning that it's a retaliation overboard?
It could well be that he had enough because
At a minimum, it sounds like a volatile relationship.
yeah. I mean, he had about 4 injuries on his face with scrams and pulls, and the coppers literally made him pull it, check, that sort of crap. So,
Hairway to Steve.
Welcome, Hairway to Steven. I love it. Great.
That's wonderful.
yeah, it's a weird one.
I'll never remember these things.
I don't think it's going to be a good ending either. Whatever's going to happen.
No, a good ending is, well, what is going to happen? Is it going to go on forever? Are we just going to have to live with this?
Who here believes that she's still alive? I think she's dead.
No, she's dead.
Yeah,
Wasn't there another couple found as well that was dead in the same area?
Yeah.
No, you're thinking of the
maybe it was in the same report, but there was a couple found in a park dead.
It is in the same park and it's in the same location. There's a murderer on the loose out there. There's a couple unsolved murder, like you said.
Is she famous only just for going missing and being white, or is there politician or something?
I'm white, therefore I'm famous.
Well, no,
they were IG people and like TikTok people, like Instagram. So they were doing this trip online. Oh, mosquito! Fuck! No, he got me. Oh, dude, look at that.
Was that mess? Oh, messy.
Yeah, he totally got my ass. Now I've been infected. I got West Nile. I'm fucking dead.
So TikTokers
start drinking bleach.
Famous.
Got plenty of isopropyl.
Start drinking that isopropyl on the bleach.
I don't know where he got me. No,
hey, isn't alcohol a disinfectant?
Yes. Yeah. So we should inject that. Trump should say we should inject that. Is that where you're going?
No.
Yeah,
I heard he said that.
Saying maybe that's what he was on about, not bleach.
I could have some alcohol right about
Everybody drink more alcohol. Yay.
Hey, Topple, who is this Topple show feed in the chat? Who is that? You know who that is?
I'm guessing it's our happy friend.
If
not, it doesn't matter. I like having conversation with
him. That looks like Happy Dog. That's one.
He's a bitch. Happy. He's a bitch. He won't come on.
Yeah. I think he wants to come
on. So this girl just got famous because of TikTok and all that. That's all. Because I don't follow the news no more.
I didn't think they were massively famous. I think they were trying to make it vlogging, or she was trying to make it vlogging. That's the impression she gave when she was on Body One camera. They said, "What you do for a living?" And she goes, "I'm trying to make a living vlogging," wasn't it? Is that what she said, Biscuit?
I don't know. I only saw like a little bit of it.
Ooh, that looks.
I got the main gist of it.
I would definitely drink it.
So we're all fascinated about her missing, but all the other people. Like, this is major news.
I'm not. I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm fascinated about it. I saw it in a news article.
It's a very odd story, and it's one of the biggest stories in America. It shouldn't be the biggest thing in America.
With that being said, what did Biden do that we're talking about a missing white girl right now?
He'll sniff her out. He'll sniff her out. He'll sniff her out anywhere.
Not unless she's too old.
What is she, 12? I know.
No, he'll sniff her out. Did anyone catch that? That was gold, baby. Gold!
That's a bar.
Once you get to be over 12, he can't smell you.
Gerard, you're asking wrong group, fella.
He did some fucked up shit even this week or something that he grabbed somebody new by the shoulders from behind. And the person was
a black lad.
Yeah, the black kid.
Yeah,
the kid was like hanging around.
Yeah.
And he walked off. Didn't he?
Yeah.
It was like a toy soldier with Biden on his back. Like, what do I do? Get me out of here.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
They're letting Biden around kids now?
I don't know, man. I got to tell you, like, I'm going to give you my honest opinion on Joe Biden's cognitive.
No, don't do it.
Cognitive state of mind.
You won't get lucky tonight. Don't do it.
I think the dude's getting a little slow. I'm not going to lie, man.
There is no doubt.
Slow.
Yeah,
Nobody who's honest could deny that.
Now, just recently, I watched him. He was giving a dual press conference, I believe, or he had just had a meeting with the Prime Minister of Australia,
Yeah.
and he basically said, "And that fella from Australia."
Hey, young punk from Australia.
Yeah, it was horrendous, man.
Hey, did you guys hear that France has recalled their ambassadors from the U.S. and Australia
Yeah.
No,
because of a sub deal that France thought it was getting?
yeah,
Yeah.
from those meetings, yeah.
But I guess the U.S. got the deal from
And
Australia.
the UK.
Well, I did.
It was
watch
for
the-
it was for helicopters, dude.
I thought it was for submarines.
Submarines,
Nuclear
yeah.
nuclear subs.
and it all
Not,
has
not
to
nuclear armed, but nuclear powered.
it all has to do with this new coalition because we want to like make sure we have strength to go up against China. Is
China.
what they're saying. So we have to like gather strength here. And then France was like, "What the fuck?" And,
America
sorry,
hasn't been-
France, you're not good enough.
America is at its weakest for decades, I believe. At the moment,
I hope so. I like to get even more weak.
Yeah, well, that seems to be what the half of America wants.
Well,
They
what
want to
about
destroy
this?
America.
What
They
about
want to
this?
separate America.
What about this General Milley meeting up with China on the slide, man? On the side.
I can't believe that fucker hasn't been fired for that.
Treason.
I just can't believe it.
It's treason.
It's
It is
horrendous.
treason.
And then
He's got
this
a
current
responsibility.
administration.
Except it's probably not true.
Well, one
He hasn't
way
denied
that
it.
they
He ain't
one way
denied it.
he didn't deny it. Well, they played it by saying, "Well, they always have communications with countries." That
Don't talk the shit that he talks.
yeah, you're right. He shouldn't be there.
Actively against the president, the sitting president. He was actively fucking just trying to just totally discredit him and then feed the information to their biggest adversary.
He was subverting. He was subverting his boss. Really, comes down to it, I guess.
You know, he says that, but I just can't believe that he did that. I believe he's just making a play to be a hero to the left, to the anti-Trump liberals, so that he can get on CNN. He can get a gig on CNN, a cushy gig for the next 20 years. He's probably done with his general gig at this point.
I don't know. You can live with yourself.
I don't know either. I mean, that's a step too far as far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned.
I mean, especially for a stunt.
Right.
Dear Mr. President, come take a walk with me. Oh shit, you can't. Sorry.
I mean,
Very insensitive.
he broke a truce with North Korea. When Iran were fucking blowing up people, he took out their top man. He pulled back from airstrikes because he knew it was gonna be too much collateral damage. And they called him a warmonger. It's totally insulting. When Obama won the Peace Prize, when he was fucking bombing more places than anywhere in the fucking world at the time.
Yep. And he followed it up by participating in the overthrow of Libya's of Gaddafi too.
He went after the shit show that was Iraq too.
Yeah.
Even after that shit show, they learned fuck all, and that's all they did was to stabilize Libya to such a fucking mess that the majority of traffic from Africa that we get in Europe comes straight from Libya. Because if you want to talk about slaves, it goes on now in Arab countries, especially in Libya, and they're doing slave sales in the markets daily. And it's all and they must have known what they were going to do. They must have known they were going to destabilize the area.
I do want to bring something up I meant to mention. EW brought it up in the chat. Did you see that the Pentagon finally confirmed?
They admitted it. Yes.
They just droned a family of 10 civilians, including 7 children, and just vaporized them.
Yeah.
So
You
what
know.
were these extra explosions they kept on talking about? There was extra explosions. So we
Oh,
must
they were
have
fucking lying. That's what they did.
Yeah, the
Secondary
psychopath.
explosions.
It doesn't matter. Maybe a couple gallons of gas blew up, but that's enough
Yeah,
for them to
psychopath.
make it up too. You know.
But I'm telling you, they know when a gas they are good enough that they know the difference between a gas tank exploding and 100 or 200 or 500 pounds of whatever kind of explosives are exploding, and
They
they
released
knew
that.
there
I
was no
can't believe
secondary
that.
explosions.
I can't believe that. They were so convinced that they got the target and all that, and they haven't got the fucking target. Unbelievable. I knew they didn't, but that's news to me.
Do you
What
know
just
why they
said.
targeted that vehicle?
Can you wave, dude?
Because they needed to make it. They needed to make a patsy.
Not you,
They
Top.
needed to make
No,
a
no, no,
patsy.
no. Their excuse was that they mistook
All
big
right.
water bottles for bombs.
Well, I don't want to hear that.
It's
When you
bollocks.
see what you think are bombs, maybe you'd just be a little extra careful and see if it's something that might not be bombs, like a fucking jug of water or 10
Yeah.
jugs of water. Maybe you
Yeah.
don't assume they're bombs before you incinerate a family.
Exactly.
Hairway to Steven.
Hey, what's happening, dudes?
All right,
Hey,
how are
dude.
you?
How are
Well,
you?
I'm all right, hanging in there.
Cool. Good to see you.
Is
man.
that
Thanks
is
for
that a
joining
mesh
us.
netting or is that camo netting?
It is. It's in fact. I live in very at the time right now for this time of the year. It's very hot in California.
Oh, you live in
I live.
California? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm unfortunately.
Sorry.
Oh, I love
I'm
California.
I'm kind of through my job. I'm tied to a union, so I don't really have. If I leave here, I leave the union. I lose my position at the union. I kind of give up
Wait.
all of that seniority.
But you hold your pension though.
That's true, but I'm gonna need to stick it out for quite a while longer in order for that pension to really mean anything anywhere else.
I'm
But,
gonna guess you're a key grip on the movie sets.
No, truth be, I'm a UPS driver.
All right,
Good guess.
key grip.
So-
I mean, I don't even know what that is.
Awesome. If
Yeah.
you worked for FedEx, I would tell you go fuck yourself.
FedEx is a totally different beast. But so I got. That's strange that this has never happened to me before. That I was invited to be on a live stream or anything. But
Oh yeah, I invite anyone.
I want to tell you this. So I live in Mountain View, California, which is in the Silicon Valley.
Silicon Valley, I'm familiar with.
Yeah. And I don't subscribe to either political party, but there's one of the two that I definitely don't subscribe to more than the other. If that makes any
Okay.
sense.
I'm with you.
And I've arrived at this point. So doing what I do for work, I have seen in the past, 18 months or so, how this, I don't even know if you guys want to talk about this right now, but this
Sure.
is how the observations of just an individual seeing what began as potentially a crisis, I guess we all wholeheartedly believed in. We're in it together, regardless of your political leanings and whatnot, and to what it's devolved into now. I have seen the absolute traumatization of your average people. And I'm getting to a point that this kind of all came to a head this afternoon. Now, so I work 10, 12, 14-hour days, 5-6 days a week. And if you hear any loud booms or anything like that, a few days ago, they arbitrarily decided to re-roof the apartments I live in. So,
No problem.
and I don't live very far from the NASA facility. I live like a mile from the NASA facility, so there's always weird sounds.
Awesome.
But the current strange noises are the.
Here's a question: did you see Inspiration 4 Takeoff then?
No. I've only lived out here for about 3 years.
Inspiration 4 last week they took off.
Wait,
Where
from
did you-
here? From Moffett Field?
Oh no, NASA's main what do you call it? Where's
Cape Canaveral.
yeah, Cape
No,
Canaveral.
Hairway to Steven is
no.
on the other coast.
Oh right, yeah.
He's
Yeah.
He's in the Silicon Valley.
if I were in Florida, I don't think what happened this afternoon would have happened to me. But so I've seen people go from we're all in this together to some of us are soiling our underpants together, and some of us have our heads on straight. To this afternoon, I was shopping. Depending on what part of the world you're in, at Target. I don't know what the version of that would be in the UK, but
Yeah.
it's a big Walmart style department store. But anyhow, I've also watched online videos of people in public doing the strangest things, having weird conflicts with people, and I just I go, wow, that person's crazy. There's something going on there. That can't be everybody. These people don't really exist.
Right. It almost seems like that's not going to happen where you are, but it happened like far away.
Right. I go, yeah, exactly. And now I'm aware, obviously, of where I live and what the majority political leaning is out here. And I'm in a union which sort of protects me from a lot of these weird mask mandates. The union has kind of told UPS to go stuff it if they are trying to force us to wear masks and whatnot. So when I'm at work, I don't wear a mask. But I have to when I go in public places. And I do that just because I am avoiding what happened this afternoon. But okay. I was minding my own business by myself, and I had a mask on, not fully covering my face, but enough to make sure people basically leave me alone.
Under the nose.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Which is,
you son of a bitch.
Right. Like, I'm trying to get away with not playing by the rules, right? Like, look at you, fucking dirty rule breaker. You just awful son of a bitch. So I'm in the Target. I'm doing my things, and I hear this guy sitting. He's sitting in the pharmacy, and he's definitely proselytizing to somebody who he's not. He's got like a captured audience, and he's trying to tell this lady, why she needs to follow the rules and whatnot. And I just sort of passively caught this conversation, and I thought, well, here's one of these folks that's trying to, dictate to other people how they should live their life and whatever. Well, again, a few minutes later, I'm walking by myself down the aisle, and this guy walks past me, this guy who was just preaching to somebody else. And he says to me, kind of under his breath, he says, what is that under? Oh yeah. He says, hey man, gotta have that mask up over your face, my man. And I heard him, but for a split second, I thought, oh, he can't be talking to me. Like, again, these videos I see of these people starting fights and initiating conflict with other people about these useless, arbitrary mask regulations. Like, this doesn't happen. This guy's not standing in front of me. And I look at him, and he says it again. And he goes, then he says to me, he feels the need to enlighten me to the fact that, hey, we're not living in Texas, my man.
Okay.
And I look at him, and I just said, get the fuck out of here with this. Don't even. I don't want to hear it.
Exactly.
And he just walked away, right?
Right. So I attempt to walk away, and this guy starts following me.
Oh,
and
I knocked him the fuck out.
I go,
No,
dude.
you wouldn't.
I got a story after him.
I said, dude, just get the fuck out of here. Leave me alone. Just fucking leave me alone. And by this point, we're both yelling. And he says to me, do you know how many people are dying? Do you know? And I go, what? Just get the fuck out of here, dude. And he says, we're not in Texas, my man. And I said to him, this is how insane these people are. I said to him, are you from California? Were you born here? He took that to mean, he pivoted immediately, and his response was, and he yells out loud, oh, you fucking racist now. Oh, you're a racist. And I'm
black?
like, he was a white dude, probably around the same age as me, late 30s, early 40s.
Well, you're a white dude, so how can that be racist?
Well, and then he starts he starts yelling, and I look at his eyes, and he's looking around for kind of like a visual confirmation of other people that are like getting in on his, like,
So he's just performing for the crowd. At this
Those
point.
times when he's looking around, that's when you hit him with the quick left, stun him, and then the overhand right.
I should have. I should have. But, unbeknownst to me, so...
I want to go hit him now. Where is he?
I don't know. In addition to finding his trash bags and whatever else he was buying at the Target, he also happened to find himself an actual racist. He called me a skinhead, and I was like, am I... Like, I thought... I'm like, this has got to be a joke. This is unbelievable.
Now he's being boldest.
Steven, how big are you? You seem like a big guy.
I'm 5'10", about 250 pounds.
And what was this guy?
He was probably about the same height. He was heavier. And
if you flexed on him, if you would flex on him, would he run away?
I'll tell you what. I don't know if you guys know who I assume you do, kind of maybe on the tertiary, who Richie Allen is.
Oh yeah,
yeah, we know him.
So one of my favorite things I heard Richie Allen say recently was he was kind of in a similar situation, and he told a guy, "Boy, I will put you down and you won't get up." And I, for whatever reason, I just remembered that and channeled my inner Richie Allen, and I told this guy that same thing, and he said, "But I shouldn't have, because now he's found a racist who's openly threatening him." Right. And I'm like, this is insane. And so then
he's threatening you by getting in your face. I'm telling you.
Right. Like this guy.
Was there other black people around? Were black people around, or
No.
I was about to say, was he trying to get the black people involved?
I like your instinct though of saying, like, don't get caught up in it. Just at some point you have to realize he's in it for some kind of an ulterior motive. You should just get away from the situation. He's clearly he's loading it up. He's fucking creating it.
It might not be in your nature, but you should have get your next time, get your camera out and record him. I mean, it's for your own protection.
Right. Well, that's what I looked at his hands, and then the thing that was with him also had a phone in its hands too. And I thought so this is another part of the story. These two individuals fit. Each one of them could have been. They were just material for a meme. 100. I mean, from top to bottom, they were both pathetic.
Are we talking druggies, trannies? What are we talking?
Well, okay. So one of them, not the guy who was confrontational with me, but the thing that was with him was how would I describe this? Androgynous, definitely, but I would assume female, but I just don't know. I don't.
He, she.
Definitely. But it was, it was wearing these puffy, hugely oversized pants with rainbows around the pant leg on the bottom.
Oh, you're from California, aren't you? Used to seeing people like that?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know anybody. I mean, I've been delivering a lot of stuff to elementary and middle schools lately, and you would not believe the saturation of the rainbow in so much learning material, so much of the packaging. And I'm like, what is the fascination with this? What does this one thing symbolize? Where it's just, does this say
it segregates the colors?
Yeah, so it does, right? Oddly enough,
Steven. So I'm getting this from you.
Yeah.
You don't care about what gay people do, but you just have a problem with them trying to shove it in your face, right?
Yeah, because
no pun intended.
No, because here's the thing. Last month I turned 45 years old, and I come from a time when it used to be. At least from that part of the community, it was, you have no business being in my bedroom, right? You have no business. This is my choice, my life. To then almost, I mean, within a couple decades, it seems like we're now being dragged into everyone's fucking bedroom. And I didn't want to be there in the first place. I don't care. As long as you're not harming children, I really don't. Even if you're harming each other, I don't. It's none of my business. But
it's no longer about minding your own business. They demand that you publicly affirm them in every venue that you inhabit.
And that's kind of how I felt about these two individuals. Was that they were definitely, they fit the stereotype so to a T of just attention seeking. And I see not everybody can be as have the the psychological or mental fortitude to survive mentally the past 18 months
Right.
of
Who are
what
we talking about again? Millie Vanilli?
yeah.
What?
So Millie,
Oh.
the one thing, all right, I'll stop this thing, but I listened to a couple other podcasts just before I got on your guys' thing, and I understand the outrage about what this guy has done, and he's not denying it. No one's denying it. In fact, he's not saying he did it, I guess is the case. They're also not saying he didn't do it. They're saying, like you guys were saying, it's not uncommon for these folks to communicate. So I don't see what the big deal is. But the one point that I didn't hear anybody talking about was if China's decision to strike the United States was based on a phone call from him, then in his hands could have had the fate of the United States if it was, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'll let you guys know with a phone call if Donald Trump is going to preemptively strike you with a nuclear missile. When you get that phone call, you know that it's go time. Well,
Yeah,
he
but
could have
that means they're just going to try to kill more Americans.
Let me just say why that's silly. Because Donald Trump only gets to authenticate. It's actually the generals who push the buttons. So if he doesn't want to attack China because he thinks it's not justified, he just doesn't do it. He doesn't have to tell China that I'm launching a missile at you because Trump told me to, but I'm warning you. It's also stupid.
right. On the face, it doesn't really make any sense, right? Like
I mean, people think that suitcase is like a button that the
I know
president
this
pushes.
is the whole hysteria there for a while with, I can't believe that Trump is the one with the nuclear codes.
There's no button. All he
Right.
does is authenticate the command that he is the president and gave the command.
Right.
The military, I'm telling you, if it's not a valid command, if the president goes crazy, the military will just hang the phone up and say, "I'll talk to you tomorrow, guy. Get good night's sleep."
But if
Yeah.
the proper chain of command goes through, it will go off. And
Only if there's some reason to believe that there's an actual threat happening. If there's nothing going on in their intelligence, and the president just says, "Let's launch nukes today," they won't do it.
Right. It's absurd to believe that there aren't any other checks and balances in that process, right? Of like,
Right.
Yeah.
it just goes from 0 to mutually assured destruction in the push of a button. Like
They're told that never to obey an illegal command, and that would constitute an illegal command. They would
All right,
not
I
obey
am
it.
so lost here. So someone said Trump wanted to nuke China.
This is General Milley. I don't know how you pronounce his name. He claims there's some book that I believe he has written or contributed to where
it's a book that's coming. This is another part of the story that's sort of
I didn't understand
how much of it is true or not. But the journalist Bob Woodward from famous for Watergate is coming out with a book, and this is apparently an excerpt that's being leaked preemptively from that book that says this. So there's not
so
everything.
allegedly, this general told his Chinese counterpart that I don't know exactly, that Trump was crazy, and if he does call an attack, the general will tell his Chinese counterpart first. It doesn't hold together as a story.
So we were going to nuke them because of COVID?
No, I have no idea.
It-
I have no idea what
It sounds so stupid.
Right.
I should ask AFED. He would probably tell me why.
well, he's out. He's doing a. He's
Well,
out.
Trump did say that the China would pay for what they did, but never would I have thought, but with a nuclear weapon. It's just nonsense.
By paying for what they did, you mean by the
Taxes, imports, or whatever like that.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
but maybe that's what set Millie off. You know what they're like. You know that he'll say one thing and they'll twist it straight up.
All right, we jump subjects. Steven, I want to hear the end of your little fun time in Target. How did it all end?
So it ended with the guy, in a sense, I mean, I don't want to say he had me cornered, but I got to a point where I stopped walking away from him and stood my ground. It was like, and I looked for employees. There were employees that were just a few feet away who were basically just
They want to do
in for the
nothing.
show, you know, and
Yeah.
there's security at the door that are making sure people have masks on. In the event that there's a kerfuffle, you know, someplace back in the store, in the pharmacy area, whatever, they're nowhere to be found. But so it just really ended up with this guy like huffing and puffing off. And I mean, I just told him, I said, another line I like to use is like, I'm 250 pounds of problems that you don't want to deal with. I always try to give people the like, let's just see how far this is going to go. I'll say some kind of outrageous things and see if I kind of knew he wasn't going to hit me, but at the same time, he was so unbelievably unhinged so quickly over something that he started this. He followed me around. He pursued me. And I told him, I said, you engaged me. You were following me around. Stop. And he didn't take a swing. He, the thing that was with him, started arguing with me too. And I ended up just walking away. And
they didn't follow you after that, though.
No, he could. Well, a couple of times he sort of just popped up, you know, near an aisle I was at, and he was still muttering things and, you know, giving his big guy talk, you know, about what he was going to do, and he'll do this and he'll do that. But it really kind of brought everything I've seen online that I thought was just, this can't be the case, that these people don't exist. Like, I just thought, holy shit, these people are really out there. Like,
oh no, they are. Like you were saying, I was at a store with my son. He's 15. I was with my daughter, 9-year-old. Obviously, right after when they removed the mask mandates in Pennsylvania, if you were vaccinated. So I went to the store and my daughter wasn't wearing a mask because she's 9. And someone came up to me and started asking me about it. I'm like, just mind your business, keep walking. They kept following me, and I finally had my son. Like, I was trying not to be cursed. I'm with my kids, so I'm not trying to be mean.
Yeah. So well, you don't want to do anything that would endanger them too, right?
Well,
like,
no, this guy wouldn't do nothing to me anyway.
No, I mean endanger your kids.
Oh yeah. So I had my son go ahead with my daughter, and I'm like, just keep going. I'm like, I gotta say something real quick. So he gets to the next aisle. This guy's still behind me. So I turn around. I'm like, you really fucking want to go? I'm like, I will break your face right now. And the guy stopped following me because I seen people follow people to their cars. And I'm like, first off, I don't want this guy following me around. My daughter's getting upset about this, and she's pulling her shirt over her face, being scared too.
Yeah.
That's the day I got kicked out of Walmart. I'm never allowed in that Walmart ever again now.
Oh yeah.
He called the police on me, and the police showed up. Oh yeah. Did you? I'm like, yeah. I fucking threatened to kick his ass. I'm like, he wouldn't leave me the fuck alone. And the police were really cool. They're like, listen, the Walmart doesn't want you here. I'm like, all right, that's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm like, but that guy, I see where you're coming from, and I know how upset. And I had it happen in the past or after that, and I just ignore them. And the big thing is now, like, I don't go out much with my kids anyway. That was like one in a blue moon. I usually have ear pods in anyway, so I'll just ignore them and just pretend I didn't hear them.
Yeah.
If they go to touch me, I'm going to swing on them, though. So,
I mean, not to disclose your exact location, but was this Western PA? I lived in Pittsburgh for a couple of years.
Philadelphia. I'm Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you get. It's a different culture, definitely Philadelphia and Eastern PA than it is in Western PA. Because I used to go out and drive through the country out in Western PA, which is absolutely, Pennsylvania is gorgeous. It is a beautiful state, and you know, people had no bones about having certain flags painted on the sides of their barns.
In Pennsylvania,
yeah. Right. Yeah. So it was going to be strange to me if I know what I've got going on here. I kind of expect that.
Oh yeah.
Out here, but I would be a little shocked if that was in like Greensburg or some, one of the little suburbs outside of Pittsburgh.
Well, the beautiful thing, I live right outside of Philadelphia, and it is mixed with politics and everything. Very diverse, and it's one of the good things I like to have my kids grow up in.
Sure.
Because they get to see every principle, everything. They can see everything. But, anywhere you go, you'll run into what the Karens, they call them.
Yeah.
And I can understand. My father-in-law was scared. He was a CNN. He just watches CNN, and he was scared deathless. We didn't see him. He eventually passed away, obviously, because he wasn't moving. He didn't exercise. He didn't do nothing, and he was a big dude. So
Yeah.
but like I understand both sides. I do understand both sides. People are scared death of this,
I understand it too. I do.
but at the same time, to dig at somebody over and over again, it's like,
This guy.
when he came up to you, why didn't you just raise the mask up by your nose then? Was it the principle of it?
Well, so here's the other part of this too.
By the way, Hairway Stephen, we like new people who come to this show to wear a mask for the first hour.
Okay. Mask is required.
Yeah, but we're not going to get in your face. We're just going to.
Okay.
But Stephen, you've got to come to the conclusion at the end of the day, mate. You've just got to say, fuck you, fuck the mask. Don't wear the mask full fucking stop. Like you said, it doesn't do anything.
Can't do that in certain parts.
That's so. And another kind of side note to this too is that it was about four months ago. I went to the emergency room here because I was having what ended up being upper respiratory infection. But of course, they gave me a COVID test and they took a chest X-ray, and in so doing, they located a small nodule on one of my lungs. And the ER doc said, I got to send this up the chain of command. Best case scenario is we caught whatever this is early. And I was like, oh, okay. So we don't know what this is, but I need to go have this checked out. Well, I ended up going through a series of tests and come to find out, thank God it's not cancer. It's not cancerous. But my doctor, and this is here at Stanford, right, which is one of, it's a world-renowned medical school of many things, actually. But the doctor said to me, it could be one of two things, I think. Either it's scar tissue from when you had pneumonia a couple of times in the past, 8 years or so, or what I'm seeing a lot in the last year to 18 months is these anomalous, non-cancerous, benign by all accounts,
like cysts
it could possibly also be a particulate I have inhaled from wearing a mask. And I said that's very interesting. So okay, this gives me a little bit more ammunition to say to people, look, I almost technically have a medical exemption. Like, if that's what this is, the doctor didn't want to do a biopsy because it's invasive and, he already knows it's not anything to worry about. But that's why I didn't pull the mask up over my face fully and just avoid the conflict. Now, on the heels of this confrontation, I walked to another part of the store, and I was shaking. I thought it was go time. I was really going to have to take this guy down. It was going to be a thing. And this woman, I walked past this woman who had her mask in the same position. And I said to her jokingly, I said, hey, you better watch out with that mask like that. There's a guy going around the store trying to tell people to pull their mask up. And she had her head buried in her phone and she just pulled her mask up over her nose. And I was like, oh, that's what I should have done was just not even be affected by it and just blew it off. But I just can't.
No, you would have complied to a demand of a fellow that had no power or authorization to do it. No, that would be the wrong thing to do. You fight back.
Yeah, I can't. I have a hard time with being compliant anymore, especially with
Yeah, and by pulling it up over your nose and complying again, it's just lowering your self-esteem as a human and as a free individual. Fuck you cunt. Get out my face. You get close to me again, I'll count it as a threat and I'll take you out, you prick.
Are you vaccinated, Stephen?
No.
Okay.
No.
Are you planning to get vaccinated?
No.
Okay.
No. And that's also been a point of contention at work. We are in a union, and our union shop steward told me recently that as far as he knows, our union's going to stand behind those that have chosen to not get vaccinated. However, we did have this recall last week, and my union was. I have no idea why this was, no explanation, but they were having people call us from out of state, us as team members in the Teamsters Union, call us and say, we're just calling on behalf of the Teamsters, making sure that you know to vote no on this recall election.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the red flag went up when I noticed the area code was from out of state. I called this woman back and I said, A, who are you? And B, do you live in California? And she was a little apprehensive to give me her name, but she said, no, I don't live in California. And I said, let me take you on a little tour anytime you want to come out here, and I will show you the hellhole that this place has devolved into and why this recall, at least why there's some support for it, why it's on the books to begin with. And so I think my union is going to roll over at a certain point. If they are trying to keep Newsom in position as governor,
Yeah.
I mean, the teachers unions are his biggest political donation class, I think, as far as I understand.
Well, during an election, did your union get involved with vote Biden? Made you go out and do things for Biden?
No,
You have a good union. You have a real good union then.
Yeah.
They do in the UK. In the UK, it's Labour.
And the Labour in the UK is basically our version of Democrats, right? Or would be the UK version.
Yeah.
It's the Progressive Party, I guess.
The far left party.
Yeah, Labour in the UK is a little more explicitly socialist than the Democrats. Aren't yet there, but they're getting there.
AMC.
You're right. For example,
yeah. AMC for a fucking idiot.
Well, you got a good union there. If they're not going to force you, they're going to let you do what you have to do. As of right now. Right now. Yeah.
I think they're not making. I think that they're purposely not taking a stance on it because what they're going to do is say, "Hey, look, Biden forced our hand. We didn't want to do this. We didn't want to have to impose these mandates on you guys. But listen, the federal government is saying we have no choice either." So, and last week, another driver and myself kind of met and said, "Hey, we need to get others together." To just say when they do this, because right now I can tell you guys, I don't know how aware you are of the supply chain shortages that are going on worldwide.
Yeah, massive here as well.
It's unbelievable, and I feel like my job and working all these hours a day, I see this firsthand, and I feel like. It's like so many people are just asleep at the wheel and they have no clue. And I'm like, you guys, these rationing your toilet paper and these shortages on food, you didn't see anything a year and a half ago. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Mm-hmm.
What's coming down?
If you and some of your fellow drivers want to have I'll facilitate a little live stream action if you guys want to do a little live stream.
No, you don't want that.
Well, I'll tell you that we'd have to wear masks so that we were anonymous in this day and age. We could shed some insight into, well, it sounds like you guys are you're already in the know. And, it blows my mind. I pay attention to podcasts from different parts of the country, different parts of the world, the UK, Australia, if I can get information from there as well. And it seems to me, like you said, it's huge in the UK there too. The shortage, shortages, and the big problem they have right now, I think, is in addition to these shortages, is they cannot get people to go back to work.
What is it that's causing? What's causing this?
The supply chain shortage.
Well, I mean, the people don't want to go back to make money. Was it because of the bonuses from unemployment and stuff?
So that's a big part of it, which is that people were basically making, depending on what state you live in, you make a percentage of what your wage was. Let me see if I can get a light on here. Sorry, I was outside. And
a percentage plus 300.
Yeah, so if you factor in that if you're staying home and not working and you're getting this money and you don't have to commute to work and pay for gas and pay for car insurance, then it's basically a wash. And I told my ex-wife, I said, listen, I think most people may not be aware that they're looking at this like this may be the only retirement we ever know is right now.
Yeah,
The
but
only,
way to break it down is if you were making 800, they were going to give you about 740 for doing nothing.
Yep.
Because that's what it normally it would be 60%, but then it was 60% plus 300. So you might have been even making more than 800 with plus 300.
Right.
So, surely food will cost more than $60 a week in work. So, you know what I mean?
Well, the other thing that's going on, factories are not bringing 100% back. They're only bringing quarter the staff back because of COVID restrictions and all that too.
So I went to an account on one of my stops on Friday yesterday. It was and this is a big paint supply company in the United States named Kelly Moore Paints, and they had a sign at the desk in the front. And this is a place that normally has between 4 to 6 guys working. It's a beehive of activity because of what's going on. There was one guy in there, and there was a sign that said "Help Wanted," and it said, "Staffing shortages are the new pandemic." And I said to the guy, I go, "This is really a thing, right? This is crazy. I've never seen anyone actually post a sign about this." And he goes, "I can't get anybody to come to work." And he pointed at all the displays in the store where there weren't any paint. And he goes, "Not only can't I get anybody to come to work, but I can't get any product in to have people stock their shelves with anyway."
That's true.
So,
You try to order commercial paint from Sherman-Williams. You ask them, "Do you have this?" And then the guy's like, "Hold on, let me check the base." No, we don't have it. We don't have that base in stock. All they can make is like a few bland ass white colors, but they can't make it in satin, or their eggshell is only limited. It's such bullshit, dude. They can't get anything right now. And these are there's buildings, maybe in particular that I manage, where you want the same exact paint every time when you repaint. Otherwise, when you go to touch up or roll out walls, you have to cut the whole thing in, sometimes twice. You want the same paint every time. And dude, we can't get it. Paint is fucked right now. It's ridiculous.
I've never seen. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's just a start, though, lads. People have been saying this within certain circles for a long time, and it's just the start of it, really. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah,
for sure.
I called a couple stores until I found this one kid. He sounded like a real go-getter. And I was like, dude, I need the 400 and then in eggshell, I need 40 gallons. Can you just work your magic with Sherman-Williams corporate and take my number? And the kid's like, yeah, man, I can do it. I'll do it. I'll get you this shit. And I'm like, yes, that's the only way I'm going to get this, is to personally talk to somebody behind the counter, develop a relationship with them, and then be like, dude, I need this paint and I need it yesterday. And the kid
Smokesteve, you got to start telling these youngsters, maybe some of them that are old enough to remember, if we can't get eggshell, then the terrorists have won.
Yeah, right. I know.
I mean, yeah,
it's true.
No, so also there's a chip shortage too. I was kind of unaware of until recently that a computer chip shortage, that we depend on these chips that are coming from Taiwan, Hong Kong, and another guy on one of my accounts at a guitar shop in Palo Alto, of all places out here, explained to me that used to be, he worked in that world for 20, 30 years and got pushed out of his job because his job got outsourced to somebody not in the United States. But he broke the whole thing. He broke the whole thing down to me about where our dependence on these chips comes from, why it won't change for a while, and how it's affecting things like the value of used cars.
Yep.
If you have a used car and you don't mind selling it, you can get a pretty penny for it right now because it's almost impossible to get new cars due to this chip shortage. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
me and my family just recently decided that we could get a
Hummer?
pretty damn high value on our used car. So we were like, well, let's do it. We then got a newer used car, but
yeah,
they gave us a ton on the trade-in. It was like, yeah, well, fuck, you're crazy not to take that, you know?
because they're going to turn around and flip it too because there's a market for it now. And now
Exactly.
there's also the used car I drive. I bought it a year ago from a guy who was the original owner, but he bought a Chevy Bolt rather to replace it. Well, now apparently those are being recalled because and they're urging people who are still going to drive them until they turn them in for the recall to park away from other vehicles because their batteries are exploding and catching on fire.
Lithium batteries, high pressure. Yeah, I can see that. Yep.
It's the old butterfly effect, right? Like this has effect on this thing next to it and the domino effect on down the line.
Right. The disturbing thing about electric cars is with any electric motor, those lithium batteries like have a catastrophic failure.
Yeah.
They've sorted a lot of that out now recently.
But they will usually eventually just kind of die after.
Yeah.
Well, usually lithium batteries only have about 1,000 cycles.
Here, and I thought that my cat's riding on the little Roomba vacuum I have was what killed its batteries. Apparently, no. It's just that lithium batteries have a shelf life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do you have the picture?
1,000 cycles is like from dead to full charge. That can be recharged fully 1,000 times usually before they start diminishing in like the amount of time they last.
And depending on how much you drive your car, that could be 3 years, right?
Well,
2 to 3 years.
Theoretically,
they're not cheap to replace either.
If you got what they say is about 220 miles per full charge, that would be 220,000 miles, which I would say is pretty goddamn good for any car brand.
Yeah.
So
I had a Prius, and that's how long it lasted before
Last Dance had a Prius?
It's hard to believe, I know.
Oh my god.
Last Dance, no one stole your catalytic converter, did they?
Nope, never.
Do you not think there's going to be a lot of e-waste in the next 3 or 4 years?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can't see how that's avoidable.
Absolutely.
People will be selling the second-hand cars, but nobody will be able to buy them because the batteries will cost more than the car's worth.
And the problem you're getting as well is that Tesla, for example, will not let third parties deal with any serious problems to do with the Tesla. Yeah. So they'll let them do basic stuff, but they won't even sell them the parts. So
are there no car companies at the moment that rent you the battery so that when the battery's dead you get a fresh one?
No. So a battery re-thing in a Tesla is about $20,000, right? And they won't even sell it to third parties. There's loads of stuff they
so
just
basically
do.
What they're saying is when your battery's dead, buy a new car.
Well, what they're saying is basically yes, or buy a new battery, but there's no point in buying a new battery because your car's So basically,
the cars are 30,000, aren't they?
Well, what the finance is not good for you to replace the battery when your car's devalues. So yeah, basically, the car's not worth fuck all, and the reason why they're not worth fuck all is because Tesla are stopping third-party companies, doing the work that otherwise, would keep the vehicle on the road maybe for a couple of more years.
Exactly. So, I have to replace the light on our car now, and if we brought it to the dealership, it would be like $250.
Yeah.
But we could order the light for $60 online and just do it myself, which involves a minor electrical connection.
There's a big battle against the iPhone, isn't there? The minute the right to repair.
Yeah, the right to repair. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but car companies, there's no car company behaving like Tesla, right? A lot of car companies, will sell you the majority of the parts you need.
Tesla has the monopoly at the minute because they're building the best electric car in the market.
Yeah, The Tesla Plaid. Are you guys familiar with the Plaid
Yeah.
model?
Yeah.
That one will pretty much destroy any
Anything.
supercar. Any
Yeah.
supercar.
Hypercar. Any
Hypercar. Yeah, anything.
Yeah.
McLaren.
Yeah.
Whatever. That other one with
I
the
doubt
stupid
it'll beat the
mirrors.
Bugatti Veyron.
Not top
Oh, it
end.
destroys a
Not top
Veyron,
end.
dude.
Does it?
It destroys it on acceleration. Destroys it on acceleration. You put in Tesla Plaid and see all the shit that comes up on it. It's crazy.
They,
And it
they-
looks like a saloon car. It looks like a normal saloon car.
now, I'm not saying it's going to beat like a a certain Ferrari, maybe on like a long distance turning course. It might not be the best handling, but for these straight shot, quarter, half mile, whatever, it's fucking fast as fuck, dude.
I wanted one of those Renault.
I think it's 2.8.
What they call them?
2.8 to 100 to 60.
Renault Twizy. That's it. I want a Renault Twizy.
Oh god.
Yeah, those old what do they call it? Group B rally cars from the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Those were fucking crazy.
This Renault Twizy is a single seater, like quadricar.
Those Class B rally cars, they took them off the road because there was no limitations, and it was all about making great telly, I suppose. But it just got so out of fucking control.
Yeah.
I think in one crash there was 11 dead, and it was fucking horrific. I've seen the crash, and the cars had just so much power on them. They couldn't. They were just tire spinning continuously.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them. There are some crazy ones. But speaking of crashes involving the audience, nothing beats the 1920s/30s. I think it was a Grand Prix in France when the car like flips over into the audience. That is, oh my god! I have never seen. Can you imagine? The fucking car just tumbles.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. There's a couple of people have broke it right down by second, and you're basically seeing people getting chopped in half.
Oh shit!
Ooh, yeah, you know what that I've seen that footage, and it reminds me of when I was a kid. My parents had a push lawnmower, with the tines.
Oh god!
No engine whatsoever, and that footage of the car rolling like that, and just basically people just disappearing reminds me of a lawnmower doing that. Just
like the grass passing through the blades.
Right, it just shredding it. It's just horrific.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 wheels going through the stand as such. The car goes into all 4 different parts. The engine kills about a fucking half dozen people.
I think it was 80-something people from one car. And it was going, I want to say 120.
They finished the race, lads. They finished the race. There was fucking paramedics in the stands. There was fucking flames going everywhere. And
You mean they let the race carry on?
No, they stopped it for a period. And then a half hour later, they decided to carry on when they were rescuing people.
There you go, EU. EU's got it. Or EW. Why am I saying EU?
1955?
Le Mans disaster.
Is that in black and white then?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
But they've broken it down. They've crisped the footage up.
No blood. You can't see any blood. What's good? What goes black and white blood?
I can't see red. Come on.
Come on. Well, you can colorize it.
You don't need to.
Do it Schindler's List style. Just the red bit you can see.
Oh, my wife wants to hear she can tell a happy. Well, he likes to talk about his based Boston Terrier.
Stop by my feet. I'll show him up now.
What's that?
Wait, you said your wife wants to hear a happy story?
From Based Welshman.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I think she just wants to hear some positivity from him.
There you go. I'll put him on camera now. There you go.
She's breaking your chops.
There you go. Oh, that's a happy moment.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh.
There you go.
Look at this guy.
That is awesome.
Wow.
Oh my god, look at this dog.
That's a fat pupper.
Yeah, you've been
as
feeding him.
it should be.
Hey, you got good teeth. You got good teeth.
Yeah.
He's cute, man. That's awesome. Oh,
So
Stoned
tired,
out of his
bless
look
mind.
at the ears, huh? Long ears.
Yeah, boxers do have pointy ears. Triggers, look at your ears. Wake up. Oh, camera's works terrible.
Oh well, look, he's great.
Guy's a cat, man. I'm making him a. There you go.
I'm gonna show my selfie with my brother's dog. This fucking dog, I love this dog. He's
What, you
the
don't have a
best.
dog, Steve?
No, man.
You seem like a cat person.
No.
Why are you laughing? Last Dance has cats.
No, I don't.
You just offended him.
No,
I
Last
have
Dance
no
has
cats.
deer. Last Dance has wild deer.
Well, you got there. Oh, we have a cat person. See?
Yeah, I've got 2 of them. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
There you go.
that looks
That's
like a
Louis.
beautiful house in the background.
That's Louis.
Your
Now,
brother
which-
must be loaded.
Louis is awesome. He's a French bulldog. King Louis, we call him.
Who's the dog wearing the glasses? No, I'm just kidding.
That's me, homeboy. And me and my brother, Louis, was not wanting to agree with the selfie. We were like, fucking do your thing, Louis. Look cool. And of course, when you're like, this dog is so cool, he'll do a selfie, they fucking get difficult. And all of a sudden, Louis is being a weirdo and like,
As soon as I bring camera out for my dog, he's always like,
right. Yeah. Great. Earlier, we saw him when you were getting a drink or
Yeah.
something, dude.
Diesel.
Diesel
Can
is
I-
yeah,
awesome.
he were begging for food.
I think
He's
we got.
always
Can I
hungry.
interrupt?
He has 4 tins a bloody day, that dog.
I think we got a guy who's coming in on the chat from Twitch, and nobody else is, I think, is on Twitch, so we cannot respond to him in chat.
Insane Awesome One?
Insane Awesome One, yeah. Isn't that
You're
the
the man,
Twitch
bud.
logo?
Yeah, that's Twitch with the purple.
Yeah.
Oh, where are you going on vacation, Smokesteve?
The Outer Banks. The banks that are on the outer side.
Not the inner
Oh,
side?
Okay.
What?
Not on the inner side, obviously, right?
No, the outer ones.
The outer ones. Okay, just making sure.
Dude, the fishing looked sick out there. The world record bluefish was caught like 20 miles from where we're staying. So,
So you really enjoy fishing. You just don't do it to
Yeah,
get away
dude.
from the family.
No, I'm going to catch a fish, cut it up into chunks, then catch another fish, then cut the second fish up into huge chunks, then catch a fucking shark on that one, baby.
Man, look at you. You trade your used car in for a profit on another used car, and you're doing the same thing with fish.
Oh, yeah, I upgrade, bro.
Yeah.
Fish to fish. You have to do it that way. And catching your own bait, there is nothing like it. I've done it before in front of guys who think they're like my buddies who don't fish, and I'm like, trust me. And then you catch a fish on another fish, and they're like, you just blew my mind, dude. No, that's how you do it. A lure is a fucking fish. Just use the fish, you know?
Until you catch a shark, and then where do you go from there?
The thing with the shark is you can't cut you can't get the hook out of the shark's mouth without more than likely losing a finger, hand, or arm. So what you're supposed to do is cut the wire leader near their mouth and then sort of let them swim away, which is not really that glorious for like a fisherman. You're not landing the fish. You're sort of leaving it with this fucking like annoyance that probably rots away after a few weeks. But
yeah.
And that's another thing amongst fishermen, especially shark fishermen. You never use stainless steel because you want the shark to rot away if you use just regular steel or iron hooks. You know, that would like just about 3 weeks they'd be gone from the salt water. So
Such an expert.
Man,
I have fishing rods. I just pretend I go fishing, just get away from the family, like I said before. I have golf clubs too, and I do the same with that.
Nice one, lads. I've got to go, lads. I'm live streaming in 6 hours.
Here's a good story for you all. Inspiration.
Later, buddy.
Wait, Base, he's saying bye.
Great
Why
having you
interrupt
again.
him?
Base,
Speak to you
take
later,
care.
Base.
Nice one, chap.
Such an asshole. Bye, Base.
I am an asshole. Inspiration 4 landed safely 2 hours ago.
All right, go ahead. You can let your go. Roll.
Inspiration 4 landed safely 2 hours ago. Splashdown.
I'm lost.
That was what you were going to say?
Yeah. You don't know who Inspiration 4 are?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
They're an all civilian, the first all civilian crew to go around like on orbit.
Whose
With
launches
SpaceX.
this?
We're a SpaceX.
SpaceX or SpaceX?
SpaceX.
Okay.
You know how the Branson and that did a launch
Yeah.
Yes.
for themselves.
So this was Bezos.
No, this
SpaceX
was
is Musk.
This was Musk. He didn't
Elon.
go with them. It was an
Elon.
all civilian crew, and they went around the Earth for 3 days.
So
who flew it then?
No, they
automatic.
float from the ground.
Yeah.
And
Flew from the ground?
there was in training for 6 months for emergencies. So they was trained how to use the equipment, but it was all automatic.
Yeah, that was only on a backup plan. If the ship failed, they would have to fly it. But
Yeah.
the truth of it is, they just probably sat back and enjoyed the ride. You know.
Well, actually, they did a couple of scientific experiments as well. There's
I'm sure
of
they
them
did.
They'd used what they call it, what they use for scanning babies in womb.
Ultrasound?
Yeah, they were
Ultrasound.
using it to see how liquids flow in the body in space.
Oh, I'm sure they were.
Were there couples on this flight?
No, there was all selected, all 4, apart from the millionaire that financed it.
I think that's the next. That's the next step we need to have.
The other 3 was selected like for different reasons. Like one was like Hope, because she was a cancer survivor, and she's got a titanium prosthetic in her leg. One was selected for what was it? Because like she did a video like to say like what she's gonna do, like with what she's learned while she's in space, and then the other one was just a lottery picked from a contest.
Cool.
I want to go up in space. Fuck that.
No
You
need
wouldn't
for it.
want to go.
No.
Unless I could have sex up there and that'd be an accomplishment. I don't think they would let that happen.
It's very hard to find. It's very hard to find
Too many
escorts in
fluids.
space.
Too many fluids going around there.
Oh, I'll bet it'll happen in the next 10 years.
You're going up?
There was a couple
I've
that
never said
went
I
on one of
would
the
do it, but I bet
NASA's
next 10
flights, and they
years.
were talking about it.
Yeah, that'd be the only thing I would do it for.
Wait, so that has happened?
They said they're not going to say what happened, but they're adults and they can do what they want.
Okay, so we're all adults
that
too.
was on
We would like
ISS, wasn't it?
No gravity sex. Now that is something. I gotta say that
instead
is
of the Mile High Club, you got the 53 on Mile High.
No, the
53
thing
Mile
is,
High
they
Club.
could achieve it on a plane, but it would only be for like 2 minutes in
Right.
in vertical, going like the speed of gravity and
Right, exactly.
free
Isn't-
fall.
Are we talking about the typical man's average?
Now, see that I was just going to say that's like a minute more than I would need.
I mean,
Right.
I mean, there is always the 0G plane. That's normally enough time.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, listen to me right now. So, isn't that crazy? This plane is going down at the same rate that you would be falling from a building if you jumped off. That's so fast that you can fucking float. So you're literally free falling inside the fucking plane at like 120 miles an hour.
So you're floating. You're floating.
But when you're
just imagine that money shot.
No, they've done it, dude. That's one of the ways they filmed that Tom Hanks movie. I think it was the one about the fucking guys.
It's the exact same as what you are in space. You are still falling, but you're falling at the same rate.
Yeah, but you're inside the plane.
You're basically free falling. That's what you're doing.
Yeah,
You're
that's right.
Have you guys ever
Falling around.
Have you guys ever checked out the YouTube channel called Thunderfoot?
No.
Negative.
Thunderfoot is he is a U.S. based scientist that I think is UK born, and he does a lot of really interesting, very cynical videos that are involving science and kind of disproving or showing here's where Hollywood has gotten how it is to be in space so wrong. And the most recent one had to do with like Superman 2 and how it was just an abomination of a movie. And but he's really funny and you know has like
it's not as good as Superman 6 though, is it?
you know what is that the one with is Superman a woman now? I don't what goes on with Superman anymore?
I don't think you get what I was doing. I was doing the flying in the wheelchair.
Oh, so
I think Superman might be possibly transitioning. Super.
Oh, well, that's super. Right?
I don't know, dude.
Everything's woke these days, isn't it?
I don't even know if I don't think Superman in and of itself as a story would even be accepted. Maybe they'd all be triggered by it, for Christ's
well,
sake.
hey, did you hear the story recently involving the football player in the UK, the soccer player in the UK who was named man of the field, and they had to change it to person of the field or player of the field when man of the field is, and it's like I think I heard about this on Richie Allen. He was like, literally, he's playing with all men who are on the field. There isn't a single woman out there, and they still had to change it from man of the field or man, you know, basically like he's the all-star of the all-star game.
Right.
And he can't even now. They've got to change that title to
Are
be
they changing mankind to person kind now?
person kind. Yes, right. From woman to birthing person. Birthing people, I guess, because everybody can have babies now. Right?
Well, do you really see that much of this going on in the U.S. though, compared to the UK? It's not like that.
No, I haven't seen that at all.
No,
it's coming here.
Oh, I know.
Again,
I don't think it's coming here. Last Dance. I think you're wrong,
it's
dude.
Starting to come here too.
No, it ain't fucking coming here.
Well,
bro.
I hope you're right, Smokesteve.
Anytime you want to come out and tour this part of the world or the country, I can take it to some spots where you would.
We don't go.
You're fucked over there in Cali, but Cali might as well break off and slide out a couple miles because you're on an island there, guy.
Here's a question for you.
Come back to the Northeast.
If God made man in his own image, does that mean God's black?
Whoa.
I think no, that God's not black. God is a very
easy.
tiny.
Last Dance got
thing.
triggered. Going right into the God's not black.
I'm sorry, but if he made man in his image, all men was black. We only got white because we went north and we lost the melanin in our skin.
What?
Right. How do you know the original Lucy was black? Just because she was born in Africa doesn't mean she was black.
There was once before Lucy, bro.
I used to just say when I was in college, I would say, well, I guess we're all just separated by a wind drift then, right? I mean, it just is if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know. My best buddy in college was a very dark-skinned, tanned Mexican American kid, and I love him with all of my heart. He's one of my best friends. So
all right, Smokesteve, we know you're not racist. You don't have to tell us.
That's how I tell you now. That's get out of jail, no racist card, right? I'm good.
Hey, all you have to do is ask somebody if they were born in the state where you live, because they're accusing you of not knowing that that's this again, like to get an accusation that I got this afternoon, which is
racist. That's why.
Well, yeah, and so it's gotten to a point where when everything's racist, well, then nothing's racist. If you tell me that hey, bud, we're not living in this ain't Texas, and I ask you, well, are you from the state that we're in right now?
That's where you're going with this.
That qualify. I mean, that's what it takes. Is just no. Yeah.
No, when these are stupid people, and when they disagree with you, they'll use any kind of slander to get to you. That's all it is. I've been called racist multiple times in this I do have a half white, half black wife, so it's kind of
Well,
like,
clearly you're trying to get her to run cover for your complete.
oh, absolutely. I
Right.
show
Horrible.
pictures. I'm like, here, look.
You're in a level of racist that almost is we can't even conceptualize it,
Oh,
right?
my
Like,
God.
and so and then you had kids with her, which takes you up a couple more notches on the.
It's like the next level, isn't it? From My Best Friend's Black.
Oh yeah, it's definitely
I took it up a notch.
Right. Now it makes sense why you're into the basketball.
To be honest, I grew up in Philadelphia. Not many people look like me.
That was funny. Come on. Can anybody give me that? Come on.
No, you're just so drunk you don't realize how stupid you are right now.
Come on, that was good.
What, because you said a basketball reference?
Yeah, I mean,
Wait, did you make a Space Jam reference?
What?
Did you make a Space Jam reference? I didn't catch it.
Space Jam, that's a good one.
That's a thing now too, right?
Smokesteve stalks my Twitter, and I say a lot of things about NBA. I'm a big basketball fan, so.
I used to be, but
Now
you're right. Fish. I stalk your Twitter. I'm a stalker.
You golf.
I stalk.
You do a lot. You do a lot of white privilege things, Smokesteve.
Dude, I don't golf anymore. I fell off of it since the fucking COVID. I might die if I golf. So
what? You can't go golf up there?
Well, I have one friend that I golfed with, and
I bet he's white too.
I was gonna say. I bet your friend is.
I don't think it was a safer sport than golf. You're like 100 yards away from any other person.
I know, that'd be the safest sport to play.
I don't think there's any place that's safe, right? We can't hide.
Well, you're in California, so yeah. In your news and everything.
You can always don your VR mask and play golf. Everybody's golf on PlayStation VR.
I'll never forget up in Northern California. A couple of my friends, ladies, brought me to a beach late one night. We had some really good bud.
I like where this is going.
We go to this beach, we smoke, and we're all having a bunch of laughs. And then they're like, okay, it's low tide. Come on, let's check this out. They bring me down to the water, and we start running our hands over the sand. And there's bioluminescent algae in the sand, and it turns blue when you run your hands through it. It was one of the fucking coolest things I have ever seen in my life. So you start like running down the beach and dragging your feet through the sand as you're going, and you have these trails of like purple blue light that emit from the sand after you contact it.
I just watched a video about this today that they're making glow sticks. How they're quite dangerous. They're making glow sticks out of those bacteria that are safe.
It was amazing. One of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. Definitely.
Yeah, if you think that lightning bugs, fireflies are cool, you see something like that, and it's the next level of coolness.
It was amazing, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was in for.
It's like the Aurora Borealis of the sea.
Yeah.
Right. So you weren't taking shrooms during that time period?
At that particular moment? No.
No. Okay. Later on in the day.
No, I had a lot of LSD and stuff around that time.
That's the same thing.
Yeah.
You're all about that.
At that time, this was many moons ago, bro. Way before my current carnation,
Before you met your wife, right?
Yeah. Way before.
She cleaned you up.
Well, I had enough, dude. You learn from your experiences. I don't know how people do that kind of shit.
How old were you? How old were you where you realized you had problems?
Not problems.
Why are you putting words in his mouth?
Fucking problems, this guy. No. I had some fun in my 20s, and then late 20s, I just sort of buttoned down to just beer and weed.
Beer and weed?
You know the song, For Everything There Is a Season.
Yeah.
And that was his season, and then the season was over.
It's over. But I mean, it wasn't like I ever did I never did H. Rarely did Coke. I mean, that stuff.
Oh, that was my stuff.
I tried Coke once.
I loved it.
Cokie Roberts over there.
Well, speaking of the H, I've never done that either, but I have had a couple of back surgeries, and I had a doctor give me some fentanyl patches a couple of years. This is in 2015.
Fentanyl
And
patches. No kidding.
yep. And
We've had them in the house.
That
I
must be the strongest fucking drug out there, man.
there was
Tobacco.
there was nothing that could have prepared me for what kind of ride that took me on.
It was
And,
too much.
Bad or good? Horrendous or decent?
it's so the way that I could describe it is that you are aware of the fact that you are paralyzed and you can't move.
Oh my god, that's
That
horrendous.
sounds like Herman.
I walked. I was obviously ambulatory, but I walked to the grocery store near my house in Seattle, and by the time I got there, it had fully kicked in, and I was like, "Oh shit, I've got to turn around and go back home." But I stood in front of the T-bone steaks for 45 minutes, staring at the T-bone steaks, and in my own brain, I kept saying, "Let's go, feet get shuffling. We got to move on. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here." I could not move.
They were staring right back at you,
Wait,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
just like the abyss.
you lived in Seattle too?
Oh, I've lived all over the country. Yeah,
I was about to say
Well-
you moved from one shithole to another.
yeah. I lived in Portland too.
I was just going to ask if you
Oh.
lived in Portland.
Yeah.
God,
I
why
but
do
I
you hate
also
yourself?
I lived in Phoenix for 11 years, so there's a little bit of redemption there. Plus my 2 years in PA in Pittsburgh. But I came out here in California. Now I was born in California, but moved when I went to college in Arizona. But I moved out here with my now ex 3 years ago, which is why I'm sort of been tied to the union and my UPS job here. But I knew coming out here I was going to kind of not find a whole lot of people that I had too much in common with, or it would just be a little less convenient than it was in Phoenix. And it's amazing how you can travel 1,000 miles. Seems like a lot, but even just across the border in Nevada from California, and everything's so much is different. But in Phoenix, for as long as I can remember, it's an open carry state, so you don't have to have a permit to carry a gun. It just has to be out in the open.
What do you carry? A 44?
I did have a 40. I had a Glock C19 40 caliber. My ex-wife took it in addition to a bunch of other things when
Oh yeah.
I carry a 6mm.
Every
There
time
we go.
guns get discussed, Bissy comes up with these BB guns.
6mm
Hey,
BB.
yeah,
Well,
but
Wow,
you
they
can't
gave
carry-
up your gun to your wife in the divorce? I mean, what the fuck?
no. Let me just say this: there were several things that just weren't worth the fight.
Okay, okay.
I had a third cat who was the little sister to the two girls I have now, and my ex told me, "Here's some things." She sent me this in an email because it got to that point. She said, "There are some things I'm keeping, and it was I didn't take the bait because it was going to just be some points of contention and reasons to engage and fight with her about it." And I just said, "Okay, keep the gun, keep the cat." She ended up keeping quite a few other things that belonged to me too, but those were two of the things that I will probably always regret.
Yeah.
When did you divorce?
So it was. I've been out of the house with her now for the past 3 months.
Oh, this is recent?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. But you know what? It came down to. She told me she will not live in the same house as somebody who is not vaccinated. And
well,
Jeez.
courts are looking at the court. Well, you don't have kids.
That was the
right?
main cause of the divorce?
that was the final straw. Yep.
Wow, Jesus, I've never heard
Well,
of that
it's
kind of
it's
thing.
not as petty as my last straw with my daughter's mum.
I thought it was the neighbor.
No, what?
I thought it was the neighbor.
No, it was the fucking yogurt she accused me of stealing.
Yep.
Yogurt?
Yeah. She accused me of stealing the yogurt, and I left.
Why would you steal her fucking yogurt?
I never. She fucking ate it. I said I watched her do it the night before.
And that was the catalyst to the breakup overall.
No, it was she was an emotional abuser. She made me leave my job, saying that she was going to kill herself if I didn't leave my job. And the yogurt was literally the last straw.
The yogurt.
Yeah, I hate yogurt.
We got into a fight over the yogurt, and I was like, "Fuck this shit, I'm out."
Yeah.
I would have just went to the store and bought her more yogurt and slam it in her face. It
wasn't just the yogurt.
It was the principle, right?
Yeah, it was everything beforehand.
You said she's mental, right? Obviously.
Yeah, she took me onto a live TV show in the UK to prove that I hadn't
You've heard this story, haven't you?
No.
Yeah. No, he's.
You were Jerry Springer. UK
well, it was
exactly.
It was Jeremy Kyle. Yeah.
What? For what?
Because she thought I was cheating on her.
Why didn't you just cheat on her then?
Some may say I might have done, but I didn't.
That's anytime
my
wife accuses me of that shit, I'm like, I might well now.
I had a female friend that I've had been friends with for like 4 years before I'd even met her.
So you had emotional contact with her, like
a female.
But we went out, and I didn't tell her that we went out, and because there was photographs on the internet, she thought, gee.
So you were lying by omission.
Listen, Biscuit, your wife's not watching it.
I wasn't saying anything.
Well, she might be, Guy.
Yo, your ex-wife's not watching.
I don't think he cares.
Go ahead and tell us.
I don't.
You banged her, didn't you?
No. I wanted to, but I never.
Was she willing?
Did you steal her yogurt? Is the yogurt a euphemism for what you did? Did you really steal?
Absolutely not.
Oh my
God. Stole her yogurt.
What a shit show.
All right, so you got divorced because of yogurt, and you got divorced because
I never got married. We just had
that's even better.
Well, and we were never officially married, but we were a legally recognized and certified
life partner.
Exactly.
Civil partners.
Common law, right? Common law.
Well, so yeah, but
how long is it before you civil partners? I was with this girl
7
years.
Depends on states.
7.
Yeah. California, I believe it's 7 years. But you can legally go through the process, which is just you pay a couple of fees and you have to get something notarized and send it to the wherever, at least here in the States, to the I think it's the Secretary of the State of California's office, and they recognize you as a domestic partnership is what it is. And she really forced that because she suddenly realized how good my union benefits are, and she wanted a little piece of that pie, even though she had benefits through her job. But she wanted a little piece of that, and she actually told me at a certain point, if you're not going to provide that and you are not going to get vaccinated, then you're of no use to me. And I said, you're right, I am, and I won't be, and I'm going to leave. So
right. What it comes down to is at some point you guys were, together and shit and didn't care, and then at some point there was a major disconnect.
This is going to make you laugh. This is the exact moment everything changed. Out of the blue one day, she got home from work and she was excited. She had this envelope and she says, "I got something for you." And I said, "Oh, what is it?" She opens it up and she says, "Okay." And this is, it's near and dear to her heart. So there's this big buildup to this thing, right? She says, "Okay, so I rarely do things like this and send away for things that are coming from," and she goes, "I got this for you, and it came from Sweden." And I was like, "Oh, well, that came a long way. Well, what is it? I'm on the, let me get a chair so I can be on the edge of my seat." And she pulls out from the envelope 2 identical matching Antifa patches.
What?
And I said, I looked at it and she might have kept it in the divorce. Hopefully she did, and I don't have it. But it was a patch. There was an Antifa patch, and they had used the Antifa logo, the black and red with the white background, but it also incorporated in there and was suggesting the use of audio as a means of shutting out people that you don't, shouting people down, using megaphones and microphones to shout down people and interrupt speech from other people that don't agree with you, that you don't want to hear. And I said, wow, okay, so I
You're
think
saying Antifa divorce?
Antifa, yeah.
this was 3 years ago. This was kind of what.
Hey, you stayed with her after that?
That should have been a red flag, dude.
Yeah, how long were you with her for?
It literally was a red and black flag.
Wow. Whoa.
How long were you with her?
So a total of 5 years. It was 2 years prior to the Antifa patch unveiling.
So what happened? What made her? She wasn't always this way, right? Obviously, you want
No, but I think that she kind of sold me a bill of goods in that she, from the moment I met her, she was way too nice, way too generous. Because come to find out now, 5 years later, that's not at all who she is. That's who she shops around to potential suitors and gets kind of, like Smokesteve's. He's an angler, if you will, a fisherman. He knows a thing or two about bait. This was
5 years. 5 years, though.
No, this was So there was a for a while things were really good for a couple of years, and then there was this gift of this patch that she wanted me to put on my jacket, or I don't know what she wanted me to do with it, but it wasn't going to go on any of my clothes. And things were good until that point, but there was this was in 2018. There was things had reached a fever pitch at that point with like everybody being a Nazi this, Nazi that. Oh, have we lost Last Dance? Oh, you
woke me up.
You may be falling asleep. I can put a glass.
Last Dance is the prick. Don't worry. He doesn't need to
Don't wake up, Grandpa.
Oh, look at you attacking Last Dance.
I don't know if you've heard of a comedian called Stephen Lynch.
Yes, the
he
guitar
sings
dude.
a song called "I Know You're a Nazi," and this is what it sounds like.
Oh no!
Hey guys, it is getting past my bedtime. I'm gonna.
Oh shit!
Say
I gotta
good
pick my
night.
kid up too.
Great meeting you, Stephen.
Hey, you too.
Hey,
take care, guys.
We do this almost every Saturday night. You gonna be around?
Talking to me?
No. Well, Saturday nights, no.
You don't come here.
I ended up giving myself the day off today, so that's really the reason. Usually, I'd be at work right now.
Oh, really?
Looking, huh?
Yeah.
Entering data for the Chinese government.
All right, well, I gotta go pick my kid up. I didn't realize how late it got, so it was good meeting you, Steven. Hopefully you around. Biscuit babes, go fuck yourself, and Smokesteve.
Dude, you too.
I do watch you guys on Saturdays while I'm at work, while I'm driving around on Saturday night.
Shit, you have an iPhone? Just get on while you're driving.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll be in and out of the vehicle or whatever, but I can take breaks.
And when you're going through like crazy shit in California, just show us the video of it. Just hey, look at this.
Really, Steven, it has been cool to see you, brother. You've been a great guest, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. If you needed some boots on the ground here to show you exactly what's going on, I'm in the middle of it. I deliver packages to Steve Jobs' old house, to his family. I could tell you some stories about
a lot of dildos.
Yeah, come on anytime, dude.
I gotta go.
Grab yourself a little.
I also deliver it just down the block from him. Probably 50 yards down the block is Larry Page's house from Google. One of his
Larry Page
compound. I'll leave you guys at that. I'll tell you who lives in those houses and who doesn't live in those houses. And
be careful.
All right.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah.
All right, buddy. Take care. We'll catch you next week.
Yeah, guys. Thanks a lot.
See you.
See you next week.
All right.
Bye. I was supposed to leave, but okay.
All right.
Lucky Smoke Steve doesn't even play guitar on the way out anymore. This.
Should I?
No, it's too. You've ruined it. It's all right.
What?
It's fine.
You're such a dick sometimes, Topple.
I don't know what I should do now.
Wow, Biscuit just went after me.
Topple.
I'm only having you on.
Later, brother.
See you later, Steve.
See you, man. All right. It was a fine stream tonight. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Yeah, probably won't do any guitar. We'll just call this one over. Good night and goodbye. We'll see you soon. Later.